What is everybody? Welcome back. I'm welcoming myself back. Truth and Transparency, Idaho4. New records requests. We got stuff. All right. You guys, Houston's hot as hell. Like humid. Can't breathe in Houston. I'm gonna cook. Happy hour live. So what's been going on? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Today's Thursday. Well, I'll tell you what I've been up to. I spent some time watching Ronaldo play soccer in Houston. Before I left, though, I've been working on everything to do with the victims and the surviving roommates' cell phones. I went and sought a second or third opinion about this process. So when I was gone the past couple days, information had come through. I had spoke about things right before I left, and I was not going to get into it because I knew that I was leaving. And I was like, I'm just going to save all of this for when I get back. So I'm back. So let's fucking do this. All right. I've been putting out feelers about the phones for a very long time. People actually watch my channel that this is what they do for a living with the phones. And when I'm going to talk about something that has to do with the phones, and that's what like their field is, you know, they'll listen, they'll peek at it. And I had not just one person, but two people reach out. So two's always better than one. So here, what I want to explain to you guys is, first and foremost, WSU is getting me, and I should have it tomorrow morning, possibly today, because they're like, you know, on a different time than we are here, Eastern Standard. Request 1, I am seeking all incident reports, supplemental reports that feature the name Detective Curtis Whitman between 11/14/2022 and 12/12/2022. Remember that? I am seeking all incident reports, supplemental reports that feature the name Daniel Tanego for all incidences that occurred between 11/14/2022 and 12/12/2022. Request 3, I am seeking all reports that show what license plates were queried by Officer Daniel Tanego and Detective Curtis Whitman while on duty on 11/28/2022 and 11/29/2022. Please provide an itemized report for each separate queried plate and list the make, model, and year of that plate. The plate can be redacted, partial for privacy. If these officers were using dash cam or body cam during any of these queried items on 11/28 and 11/29, please include those videos. Any radio activity that occurred or CAD notes that occurred during those same time periods of queried plates are being requested as well. Well, I got video. I had to pay. I paid it. It paid it in full. No deposit. I said, I want this material now. It's ready. We've been waiting since like a year. I put this in right after the plea deal. Okay. So I paid for this right before I left. Let me take that back. I paid for this before I left, but then I got a email while I was gone that said, hey, your stuff's ready. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I knew that it would happen when I was gone. And I didn't do anything while I was gone because I was really focused on what I wanted to do with my son. And so like the world stopped and I basically did not look at any of my shit, which it was amazing. It was great. I loved it. We had all the uninterrupted time possible. And I'm going to share my experience tomorrow morning if you guys want to know about the World Cup experience. I have a bunch of videos, I have a bunch of pictures, and I got some funny stories. Got some good stories. If you only knew how the woman was dressed sitting next to me, well, technically not next to me because I had the aisle seat. Like then next to me out of the aisle seat, you know, at the game, at the Portugal game. Oh my fucking God. So join me tomorrow morning to hear about that. Like I thought I was gonna have to like cover up my son's eyes for for what she did right before the game started. I was like, what the hell is going on here? This is a family friendly event. Let's just say she wasn't wearing much. Okay. God. Let's just say she was wearing not that much. And it involved leather. I kid you not. I'm getting kicked off again. All right. So back over here to WSU. Again, this was a request that I sent out July 19th, 2025. And it says, your public records request is available under the document tab. After the deposit was paid, the videos were processed and you will be invoiced for the balance. Videos will not be released until the balance is paid in full. And so they're just like reminding me of this. And I'm like looking at my balance. I'm like, and then I saw I owed 49 cents. 49 cents. You want to know what I owed 49 cents for? Because I used a card. They had to charge me 49 cents. Because I'm like, where's my documents? They're like, your balance is 49 cents. I said, 49 cents? We're doing this over 49 cents? I was like, can I just put money on this account? I mean, like, this is ridiculous. I just want to like keep money there. Just take it out, you know? Anyways, 49 cents was the holdup, by the way. Anyways, so we're getting, I told you everything that I asked for in Reddit. Okay, so now back to the phones. So WSU, check. Like you guys, that's like really, really important. Ann Taylor, to this day, we have not seen, and we've done hella dumps with the WSU 2,500 pages. Nothing has anything to do with Daniel Tanego or Curtis Whitman writing up a report, querying, doing anything on 11/28 and 29. So like, I'm waiting. Like this is important. So that request is going to be good. Whatever's behind the wall is behind the wall. We're about to find out. Now let's go back to these phones because these phones to me are everything. So I'm going to read the parts that I was allowed to read and cleared to read about the phones that I was asking about. Okay. Let me pull up my email. Let me just do it for this one. Okay. Okay, so two colleagues were talking because, again, this is about the phones. So two colleagues were talking about, because I said the lack of information from any of the victims' phones. I said, putting aside, I'm just talking about the victims. I said, have you ever seen a case where there's just no information on the victims' phones? Okay. Now, quote unquote, I was thinking that maybe the phones were in BFU, which stands for before first unlock. So write that down. BFU. Butt fucking you. No, I'm just kidding. BFU. Before first unlock. State. Which yields very little data. When an iPhone powers off or goes about 72 hours without an unlock, it goes to that state. So they wouldn't have any of the cached, anything in the cached location data that typically stays for about 7 days on an iPhone. And it's unlikely they could brute force the passcode. You guys are going to just fall over. Again, this is based on 2 experts' experiences. 2, not 1, 2. I said, okay. So it might be worth asking, because I said I wanted to form my public request a certain way. So it might be worth asking to FOIA specifically for any gray key extraction reports, which I had already down. So I was like, yep, the gray key. Any gray key extraction reports from the victims' phones to see if extractions were attempted and if brute force attempts were made. And I said to myself, wait, let's go back to this. Now this is why this is up. This is Maury's original 12/5/2022 report where it had to do with the phones. Okay. And so what he did with this report, he starts on November 15th. All right. So on November 15th, this is Maury. I contacted Detective David Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department. So what I went ahead is I've typed up in an Excel spreadsheet, November 15th, Maury contacts David Taylor, CDA. I make a very note about CDA because I think CDA is very interesting in and of itself. I requested assistance unlocking the cell phones of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. Perfect. I put that down in the Excel spreadsheet. The victims in this case, you see, that's what I'm focusing on. The victims in this case. I emailed Detective Taylor a copy of the signed warrant describing the phones as being searchable. This is November 15th. Now let's go back to what my 2 experts are telling me. Hey, when did everything start going with the phones? We need to look at this timeline, okay? So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to break down this timeline. That's what I'm going to do with all of you guys right now. And so they were utilizing their phones on November 13th. So everybody's utilizing their phones, we believe, let's just say until easy math, let's just say 3 o'clock in the morning, just for easy math, 3 a.m. Okay. So go ahead and write that down, 3 a.m. Now, 72 hours from 3 a.m. That would be November 14th at 3 a.m., November 15th at 3 a.m., and November 16th at 3 a.m. So let's go ahead and put a target date of November 16th at 3 a.m. So this is what I did. This is what I was working on before I left. Okay, then I said, what else? Well, here we have the next date. On November 16th, I'm like, okay, 2022, the phones were transported to the CDA Police Department for a forensic brute force attempt to unlock them. Oh, Lana, isn't that what you're, read that again? What the 2 people that you talked to said? Sure, I will read that again. Ready? I was thinking that maybe the phones were in BFU before first unlock, which yields very little data. When an iPhone powers off or goes about 72 hours without an unlock, it goes to that state. So they wouldn't have any of the cached location data that typically stays for about 7 days on an iPhone. And it's unlikely they could brute force the password, again, based on these 2 people's experiences. So it might be worth asking to FOIA specifically any gray key extraction reports from the victims' phones to see if extractions were attempted. So I then formed this new, I'm sending it off tonight. I was working on it on the plane, actually. This new FOIA that I'm doing is I want to know the dates of any and all gray key attempts made by Maori. Okay. We're going to get them dates. Give me my motherfucking dates, baby. Okay. So we want the dates of when and if Maori was attempting these gray key extractions, right? And the dates. And then if you have them, I want them, right? So again, to see if any gray key extraction reports from the victim's phones to see if extractions were attempted and if brute force attempts were made. Well, here we just found out that Maori's over here like, what were you doing, Maori? Were you just sitting? Because if you're going to ask for assistance, that means did you attempt to do anything? Because I find it hard to believe that Moscow Police Department has never had to download cell phones, extract any information from cell phones. You have WSU right down the street. You have Pullman Police Department right down the street. And we're going to hit up CDA. Just saying, why? Why are we hitting up CDA for this, for this help? So that's a question that I just put down in the back of my mind, which is, what type of working relationship does Maori have with this dude in CDA? It's way further. And why is he waiting if he has the phones and they got the phones on November 13th? Like, time is of the essence, right? If we think time is of the essence, we're trying to get into these phones. Did you attempt? What did Maori do and realize, like, I can't get in? So I want to know all of this, right? We want to know this. I don't have the answers to this, right? Do you guys have the answers to this? If you guys can point me to the direction of where I can find the answers to what I'm basically talking about right now, please let me know, because you'll help save me some time. Now we go to this part of the report where he's talking about on November 16th, hey, the whole reason I'm calling here is for this brute force attempt to unlock them. However, Detective Taylor stated he was not able to extract any information from the locked phones and that the phones were not supported for the brute force PIN code extraction. The phones were then returned to the Moscow Police Department on November 17th. Okay, let's back all the way up now, right? The reason I put right here Vargas, okay, that was my mental note, because Vargas actually delivered on her way to go. It was the autopsies. Okay. She had to go wherever to CDA. And she is the one, Vargas dropped off the cell phones. Okay. I don't need to give them any hints. If they do anything that's against everything now, I'm appealing. Everything now goes direct to appeal. Like, we're not fucking around anymore. I've talked to 4 people now about it, and they said everything that you were denied, you have to appeal. He's like, they're just writing shit to say, and then they're waiting for someone to call them on their bullshit. So if we're going directly into an appeal. Like, I'm appealing any and all denials. Okay, so here we go. I made my note about Vargas. So Vargas is the person that got the phones there. So when Maori's talking about on November 15th, talking about the reason he's contacting Detective Taylor, well, let's actually put why you're asking this, because those phones were sent there. Okay, but my question is did you attempt to do anything with them? Because there is no report. We want to know what Maori tried to do, because immediately I started having literally panic attacks, like Turtle Boy. I started thinking about the Delphi case and the monumental blunders that took place with the digital forensic, the phones, of Libby, Abby / iPads, all the shit that happened in that case, and the powering off, powering on, doing a download that was not a full file extraction, and then after you did your logical in your advanced logical extraction, then you're like, okay, let's try to do a full file, and people will testify that you're going to lose shit when you do that. And so here I am, and I'm like, why the hell did they not do a full file extraction first? Because you're about to see that if there's stuff missing in this case, I believe right now, and I have it put in already like a little category over here, is we have to prove that it was done on purpose by not immediately working on these phones. If you knew the gravity of, hey, these phones have to be handled a certain way, otherwise you're going to lose the data, right? Like that's the big thing about cell phones. You have to handle them immediately when you get them. There's a way that you have to handle them. And guess who was going to testify to this? Ready? From the defense, Tom Slavinsky. Tom Slavinsky was going to testify about the handling, right, of these cell phones. Remember, and I can bring it up if you guys don't recall, or you can just be like, Lana, we trust you. You show receipts. Remember when they listed Mowry as a quote unquote expert witness in this case? And he listed all the different devices, and it was just that it was so generic about what Mowry, there was nothing about what he was going to testify to, but it just mentioned devices, and it mentioned 7 devices. Okay. What was so fucking generic? All right. Because I can only imagine that this was going to be about handling these phones. And that's why it was so goddamn generic. And I'm going to get into it, but I just want everybody to understand, like, I'm basically having like 5 puzzle pieces, or I should say I'm having like 5 different puzzles. All right. And I'm about to merge them all into one. Like we're making the continents of the United States and making a globe. And so we have our little sections, and now I'm taking all the pieces and putting it all together for a big picture, because I'm creating this master timeline. And this is the phones portion of it. I just try to explain the best way I can, because I know my brain understands what I'm doing in my head. And I have to remind myself that you guys weren't with me behind the scenes for the past, 4 hours, and then last week for like 10 hours and all the stuff that I was doing. So I'm trying to explain that I'm working on this, and I'm taking it from all these different pieces to put my version of, hey, here you go. These are all where the questions lie. Why weren't these answers? This is what it's telling us. This is what it doesn't tell us. And this is why we can never answer this, because they didn't do X, Y, or Z. Okay. Okay, so let me go back over here. So the 2 people I consulted with then said, it seems that the timing of when Ethan and Xana arrived home was a major issue, and that location data would be present if they did an AFU, after first unlock extraction. Remember, BFU? That is before first unlock. Then again, so after I said that I was talking about this brute force, and I was like, yes, Mowry talked about it here. I sent a picture of this report, okay, with my response to say, hey, you're asking about brute, blah, blah, blah. I found where that happened. This is how I understand this, though, is that he never tried to attempt to get into the phones, but maybe he did, because how did he know that he couldn't? Just when Detective Taylor's telling him that he can't do it. So where is Detective Taylor's report on what Detective Taylor did? So, like, how did Detective Taylor know that he couldn't do something? That he attempted to do something? So the questions that I'm being asked are, we need to know what was done. Like, where is there any fucking report? And this is the part of Cy's book but this is like nothing new to me. And it should be nothing new to any of these police officers. You're supposed to write a report on what the hell you do in anything that you do with cases. So who was responsible for with these phones and whatever anybody attempted to do when they had them in their possession? That's what you're going to be writing up a report about. So when I get an expert asking me, and in this case too, asking me and saying, where's the reports of the people that were working with the phones? Where's the report? And what are they saying that they did? And I'm like, these people are going to think I'm nuts, even though I know like that they don't. But I'm like, to tell them that there are no reports. Like there's some, and I want to show you what I'm dealing with here, and what's the best way to go about the most effective way, the quickest way and effective way to go about getting my missing pieces. So hear this out. This was brought up entirely not by me, but by these two people. Because I was questioning the time. I said, if I was to hire you guys, let's say that I was a lawyer and I wanted to hire you too, and I want to significantly look into how we could go about providing compelling presentations that show the time of the crime is way earlier. How do we do that? Like that's what I wanted. That's what I want to hire you to show. Here's this digital evidence. How would we attack this? What's the best way to attack this? So that's how I'm presenting this stuff to these people. And it's like, okay, so the biggest thing is it seems that the timing of when Ethan and Xana arrived home was a major issue. And that location data would be present if they did an AFU, which is after first unlock extraction. Keep in mind that it's possible that law enforcement was able to get an extraction, but didn't generate a Cellbrite reader report for prosecutors, which is the UFDR report, and I get it, if they couldn't get in. So that's why they aren't providing any of the details. They may have just reviewed, but not produced any reports. If they did get an extraction, it would show the last time they auto-connected to their home Wi-Fi. What have I been saying? Because that was one of my questions. I said, gave them the scenario with I used the Karen Reed situation. I said, tell me that we wouldn't have the same situation here, that we could have this auto, if it's available. And they said it would show the last time they auto connected to the home Wi-Fi, like in the Karen Reed case, verbatim, period. I said, exactly right. Who was the defense's cell phone expert? And did they receive a full extraction from the state? I often get the UFDR, and I'll show you a page of what that means. But I typically ask for the raw extraction. Everybody does, unless you're an idiot as an expert. You're always asking for the raw data. Let me see the raw extraction so that I can access all of the databases, not just the ones that you pull. And if it's not a, well, we're not even into that, but because that's just doesn't have anything to do with this case. Now, though they already knew where I was going to be going with my next follow-up email. Okay. Because when you know people and they know you, I said, before I could even respond to this, it said, P.S. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions about law enforcement's capability or anything related to BFU and AFU. Yeah, that's where I was headed right there. And I was like, dude, they already fucking know I was going to go there. I have had several recent cases where the suspect's phone was only a BFU extraction and there wasn't much provided. Oddly, I've noticed that they have included Snapchat messages, but not iMessage or text messages because I was working on something else with this case also. And I was like, well, I think those are part of the Dylan, Bethany portion. So they have them, and that's what they're referring to the bubble text, which, again, we're not even going to talk about that right now. So going back to this. Oh, great question here, Moda Man. Lana, really dumb question. I don't think any question's ever dumb. But is it possible to FOIA the MPD's phone records? Like 911 calls that came in? What type of phone records? Are we talking about just the local, like the local line? Any recorded line? You can see what lines they have recorded. And then when if you're just talking about simple, like, I'm not asking for the material behind it. I just want to know the numbers that have called. I'm thinking that's FOIAble. Yeah. That's kind of like with my request with the tips. I wanted to know the form of the tip, who the tip was from. Unless they were anonymous, then they don't give whatever. And what and who the tip was, like what the substance of the tip was. 26 G's. So I think that would be. Let me just make sure I understand this correctly. You just want to say that it was like today, and I wanted to FOIA, hey, any and everybody that called the police station today, like the non-emergency line. Is that what you're getting at? Let me know. Thank you, Moto Man, for the tip. The freaking blunders. Goodbye Wednesday. Nice name. Shadow Worker, welcome to being a member. Waiting for the boom. Lana always brings it. Oh, the boom's coming right here. Okay, so let's go back to this then. This huge important issue, which is we're on a timeline. We're on a timeline crunch. So what do we have going on here? Well, first of all, I made a note and I said, we need any report generated by Detective David Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department. Okay, so if anybody wants to take a note here for me, so I just have to write it out, but you guys, right there's number 1, is Detective David Taylor. Then he says that he cannot get into them. See that? That he is unable to help. But this is what's crazy to me is I emailed Detective Taylor a copy of the signed warrant describing the phones as being searchable, But on November 16th, 2022, like what did Maury do between November 13th and November 15th with those phones? Where were they? What was going on? The phones were transported to CDA on November 16th. Why the phones were transported? He's trying to say on the 16th, and I'm saying that Vargas did that. For a forensic brute force attempt. And now from my understanding with my people, if you're doing a force brute attempt like that, that means that you're already trying something that didn't work, right? I was thinking that maybe the phones were in BFU before first unlock state, which yields very little data. I'm basically ruling this out, but I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get this ruled out officially. But I believe that I can rule that out. When an iPhone powers off, so think about these phones. Remember, Kaylee's phone basically died, so her phone's it's dead, it's off, right? When an iPhone powers off or goes about 72 hours without an unlock, it goes to that state. So they wouldn't have any of the cache location data that typically stays for about 7 days in an iPhone. So that means if you're looking at a BFU type of an extraction, you understand? And so that's why it's like, okay, let's just rule. These two people want to rule out things as to why don't they have this information? So I was like, well, here, let me get you as much information so we can start ruling things out. I believe that's ruled out. So then it's saying that, so they wouldn't have any of that cache location data that typically stays for about 7 days on an iPhone. And it's unlikely they could brute force the passcode. And what happens here? Yep, they could not brute force the passcode. None of this. So it's like, okay, they couldn't do that. Now let's continue to read on. So he's like, he stated that they were not supported for the brute force PIN code extraction. The phones were then returned to the Moscow Police Department on November 17th. I then asked for assistance from Captain Tyson Barrett. Now, this is when I just fucking passed out. What do you mean you just asked for Tyson Barrett? Tyson Barrett's in your building, man. Wouldn't you be talking to him first? Well, hey, can you ask these parents for these codes? That's what this is all about. Attempting to gain PIN codes from family members to access the data on the devices. I was provided PIN codes for Mogan, Xana, and Chapin, which successfully unlocked the devices. The PIN codes provided for Kaylee's phone did not unlock the device. Now remember, Kaylee had 6, numbers. I think in 2022, I mean, I would be thinking that a lot of people did, but whatever. On the 3 devices, so I put right here what day, but on the 3 devices I was able to unlock, I, meaning Maori, performed advanced logical extractions on the devices at the Moscow Police Department. So do you understand what the problem I see here right away is? So I immediately write and I said, hey, I need your expert opinion on something. If you wanted to make it seem like you weren't delaying to get into a phone because of potentially losing out on the information or ruining, like, how I want to say this. If I know that if I do something, there's a good chance that it will, hey, let me just do it this way. Let me just run this type of an extraction and then, but I really should be running a full file one, but let me just go ahead and do this. And then when they try to run a full file after it, I know they're probably going to lose some data. Because I thought the FBI was brought in immediately, right? They were there before November 16th. That means before they got shipped, these phones went on to CDA. So my first thing that I write down is the FBI is there. Why the fuck are these phones going to CDA when you have the FBI resources? This is where I come into play to say, I want to fight back on this and say, wait a second, this doesn't make any sense to me. Why are you taking these phones and going to CDA when you have the FBI and the Idaho State Police? Okay. To me, it seems like you wouldn't. If people are co-located and they have these resources, like what's going on here? Okay. Well, does Moscow Police Department not want the FBI to get into these phones? All right. So Maori, he doesn't say the day that he does this, but on the 3 devices I was able to unlock, I performed advanced logical extractions. But guess what? We're going to have that date because of the advanced logical extractions. When you do that, you're going to have your date. It says a report for each device will be completed separately. So see this right here? This is what I'm requesting. A report for each device will be completed separately. Where are those completed reports? What are we talking about here? Ready? And here's me. Wow. Why wouldn't you do a full file extraction first? Because I'm over here and I'm saying, if I have to take across the board and go and listen to all these people that are experts always talk about shit at these different trials. And I'll never forget what I heard in Indiana, that basically Brian Brummer, whatever the hell his last name was, he basically fucked up. Okay. And he was doing these not full file extractions. And then when they went to go do it, they had lost such valuable, crucial data. Valuable, crucial data, like was the cell phone power? What's the power logging on and off of the cell phone? That was crucial data. And so here I'm like, why? Why is Lawrence Mowry doing and performing advanced logical extractions and not a full file? Because guess what? On November 20th, I again requested the assistance of Detective Taylor in gaining a full file system extraction. And I'm like, see, this is why, like, I know what I'm talking about. Why are you doing that then? Why wouldn't you do a full file? Like, we're not talking about somebody that you have to give back these phones and look at this. And these three, the phones were delivered to CDA Police Department on November 21st. On November 22nd, 2022, Detective Taylor stated he would not be able to complete the extractions. I'm over here like, what? Why? Again, Detective Taylor should have 2 reports now. 2. I'm over here. Why? On November 23rd, I went to the CDA, Mowry goes to the CDA Police Department and picked up the phones. I then took them to the Post Falls Police Department and spoke with Detective Neil Uhrig. Detective Uhrig informed me his forensic tools would not support a full file system extraction. The FBI. The FBI. You guys, the FBI is there. And then look at these dates, y'all. So let me just make sure you guys are understanding this. Mowry performs and has 3 extractions that are right here. Advanced logical extractions. A report for each device will be completed separately. Had not been. And he's writing that on this day. Now the question is before this, were they done? Fuck no. On November 23rd, Then on November 25th, I went to the Walla Walla Police Department. Again, here's me, Mowry, did you fuck up? Because basically, I believe that we're witnessing right here is that this extraction didn't get you something very, very critical. And that's why I'm saying I have basically, I'm like, dude, this is like Delphi. This is Delphi right here. It's nuts. It's nuts. Detective Chris, it's a girl. Detective Chris Ruckert stated her forensic tools would be able to support full file system extractions on the unlocked devices and would be able to complete limited extraction on Kaylee's locked phone. I left the phones with Detective Ruckert to be extracted. On November 28th, she informed me that the phone extractions were complete and ready to be picked up. On November 29th, Detective Justin Dean picked up the phones and returned them to the Moscow Police Department. I received the 4 devices and placed them in the secure computer forensic lab. The extracted data was copied to the forensic computers and verified by hash values. An examination of the data will be completed at my earliest convenience. So then I make a note that says, no deleted information would be known before 11/29/2022. When did Maury find the time to look at whatever it is that because then at that point, once you have these extractions done, so then who's going to go through this? And what are you guys going to be looking for? So that brings me to like my Jennifer Drake days, okay? And the Brian Drake case and the Dan Moore case. And I went through Brian Drake and Jennifer Drake's phones and literally did a pattern of life on them. Okay. I did like 3 years. I went back 3 fucking years to put this shit together. I made a 2018 calendar, a 2019 calendar, a 2020 calendar. Basically, Cyray's book. Okay. Fuck shit. I was already doing that. I've already been doing that for years. And using multiple different source points to validate the work, not like, oh, so-and-so said this in an interview. I don't give a fuck what so-and-so said. I went off of all the different digital information that we had in those cases. So now back to this case. So here, if you're just talking though about the night of the murder, you're going to go right to that day in all of those extractions, and you're going to look at 11/13. And you're going to be able to tell the steps. You're going to be able to tell any stairs, steps, Wi-Fi. Then let's get into the big, let's get into like more of like the detail, like they did in like the Alec Murdaugh case and Karen Reed case. Now let's start talking about your phone in pocket state, your phone going sideways, vertical, your phone when it goes onto a certain app and how long it's on that app. Okay. You're going to sit here and tell me that we didn't do this with each and every single victim, or was the data not available? Because you can either say they purposefully fucked with these phones to the point that let's do a logical one and then let's try to do a full file system. Like, I don't know what the returns are on these, but what's missing? And based on how you would do something, right? And if you go out and get a defense expert like a Tom Slavinsky, and he's over here going to talk about best practices with iPhones and how to put them in airplane mode and put them in Faraday bags. You know what that's telling me? That's telling me that the prosecution case and the people that were working with these phones clearly didn't do the right things with them when you look at what the defense expert's going to be talking about. It means that there's issues. It means that there's the reason that we don't have this information is because of X, Y, and Z, meaning the people that were working with these devices didn't do them correctly, or we would have had X, Y, and Z. For example, Brian Drake's cell phone. Okay. When Brian Drake was laying dead on the floor with a phone up next to his head, that cell phone had Life 360 on it, and he had Google. His Google app was on there, and it was basically tracking him. He lays on that floor for like almost 24 hours. They then, coroner, they take the body. Then, so this was on a Thursday. He shot and killed at 7. then it would be right around that same time the next day. On Friday, I have the phone extraction from Brian Drake, and guess what's in it? They never put Brian Drake's cell phone in airplane mode. They never put it in a Faraday bag. These are the same type of fucking people, the same, when I say type of people, the same training, the same people. The Mike Van Leeuwens, the Snells, okay? Aaron Snell, Timothy Snell, all these fuckers are from Idaho State Police, okay? Brian's Life 360 is showing him driving. It looks like the phone's, the phone's moving. The phone should have been placed in a Faraday bag, turned in airplane mode, and therefore there'd be no data then. No, when the data stops reporting to the network is once it gets to Wilbur Avenue, and that's where the Idaho State Police is located. Like, that was in 2020. Now think about, you come to this case, what did they do when they were at the scene? Where is there any report of anybody saying who collected the cell phones of everybody? How do you know all of this? Which parts? Where's the reports of, we know that we have these lab reports that talk about where everything was located in the crime scene. Okay. We have Talbot talking about him and Payne and all this shit. Well, what's the chain of custody on the cell phones, period? What are the chain of custody on the member? And now this is going to bring into what Brent Turvey was like, hey, remember, he's like, well, I wanted to look into all this, everything that has to do with chain, like all the chain of custody with really important shit. We got to start looking at some of this shit. And so basically what I'm telling you guys is that off of the couple people that I've talked to, what happened early on in this case makes no sense. Makes no sense. Time is of the essence. You have the victim's cell phones there. November 13th. The most important pieces of evidence, those victim cell phones, those surviving roommate cell phones, the Wi-Fi. So if we go back, and then this is where it just ends. Here, look at this. Ends. Now ask yourself this. When Detective Mowry gets labeled, let me just grab this so I can. Remember this piece? This is all the list of the evidence, right? And it has like the item number. So a ton of swabs, okay? Disposable camera, silver laptop, Dell laptop. Where do we have phones? We have an iPad right there. No phone, no phone, no phone, no phone. Okay? Then we go over here. And we got blue iPhone. Cell phone. So these are our options. And then phone. See that? 57, 58. So I'm just going to go on a whim and say 57 and 58. Or I'm sorry, 59 and 58. But look at, why is it on 11:15? These are the only possible pieces that you have that are in this first batch. And I want to point out this. Look, we have a problem. We have a problem, right? Where were these phones? Well, Lana, one was in Xana's bed, one was on Xana's floor, and the two phones were upstairs. Awesome. And those would be items 13, 8, 58, and 59. Okay? So remember, now we go back to the processing the crime scene. Well, remember one of the times we know that they're like, hey, we're just going to leave everything overnight. Like, fuck yeah, that's a great idea. Remember that? Okay. So that's one of the two nights, right? And the other night, some stuff is transported. And it's put into temporary holding. It's put into temporary. And the reason it's 11:14 is, remember, guys, after midnight on 11:13, it becomes 11:14. Okay? It's normal to put things in temporary evidence, especially like wet items. Like, that's normal. Okay? So I have no issues with that. No issues. But these phones are critical. These phones aren't wet. These phones aren't, I mean, was there any blood on these phones? Were they like, hey, we don't need to dust for fingerprints? I mean, what did they do to process these phones? Nothing. They collected them, right? Were they swabbed? What they do with them? Who the fuck knows? That doesn't matter, right? It should matter to them, but we just know that they're available here on 11:14, 11:14, and then here 11:15, 11:15. Now go back to Maury's report. On 11:15, that's the date that his shit starts. So what the hell did they do? So they didn't do anything with these phones. These phones, do you know how people will say things like, I don't want to wait around. We want to get in there so we can get the phones. So we can get working on the phones. So there was no sense of urgency to do anything with these phones. November 15th, Maury's like, I'm going to call CDA and see if this guy, Detective Taylor, can help us. Why? Did you try anything? There is not a statement of him trying to do anything, right? It was immediately that I'm going to call Detective Taylor. And look at. On November 15th, I contacted Detective Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department. So these phones just sat there. All day November 13th. All day November 14th. All day November 15th. We have no idea what time he contacted Detective Taylor. And guess what? We just can tell you this, that it wasn't until November 16th the phones were transported and Vargas transported them. So November 13th, 14th, 15th. Then the detective says, the Taylor's like, I can't do anything with these. What? What did you attempt to do, Mowry, before that? Nothing. According to him, nothing. Because this is how he'd be asked that on the stand. Detective Mowry, did you write up a report? No. So if you did anything before November 15th with those phones, there's no report of it, right? You didn't write a report. No. I didn't write a report. So the other part is you would have no do you have any recollection of what you did with any of these phones from November 13th, 14th, 15th? And then when you talk to Detective Taylor, which is why him? Have you worked with him before? What the fuck is Detective Taylor? Who, by the way, wasn't able to get into them. So all I see is you're not able, like, it's just delaying. So my question to experts is what could have been lost? Is there anything that could have been lost? Is that a problem? Were these phones, when they were were they put in airplane mode? How did Detective Murray, when you got them and handled them, what was the state of the phone? I didn't do anything. I just made a phone call. I didn't touch them. I just simply made a phone call, and it was like, I didn't want to fuck anything up. That's not my jam fest. Wait, but you're a forensic expert, and this is like your jam. Just, I want you guys to like really hear this. Hear this thought process. I want you to hear this timeline. Nothing was done with Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, Xana's phones. 13th, 14th, 15th, 6th. I mean, they couldn't get in. Had to go back and pick them up. He had to go pick them up. So then we get to why Ann Taylor lost her shit. Wait, Detective Mowry's testifying as a what? An expert witness? For what? For fucking what? He didn't do anything. What did he do? As an expert, he didn't do anything, right? And remember when the state's like, well, I know that they're going to take umbrage with this, basically, that they're not going to see Detective Mowry as an expert, but we're just being extra cautious. Do you guys remember this? So now let's take a look at fucking what this disclosure was about. And this disclosure was about basically that I'm going to testify to 7 devices. So hold on, let me just show you what this is all about. Whoops. Oh boy. Mowry wrecking shit. What is this shit, Mowry? Mowry, where is your bullshit? Here it is. I got more freaking files, more papers than ever. Okay. Here we go. Ann Taylor. Fuck that, fuck that. Not that, not that. I'm going to come back to that. That. Okay. All right. So in Ann Taylor's, one of her discovery requests, it was request 257 and 257. Full file system FFS extraction for Kaylee Gonsalves's phone after it has been unlocked. The defense has been provided an extraction with user data encrypted due to the phone being locked. There is additional information stored in an unencrypted area on the phone that has not been provided. Please let us know what the current status of the phone is and if steps are still being taken to unlock the device. Okay. All reports, information, and data, including all experts the state has relied upon in developing the affidavits in support of all warrants. You know, these are all the things that she's listing. Remember, we found out for the first time that there was no cell right report done for Bethany Funk's phone and Dylan Mortensen's phone. The defense has only previously been provided an Axiom report generated by law enforcement. We are seeking the data used to produce this report. What did I just talk to you guys about? The person that the experts were like, asked for the raw extraction, the data. Again, Bethany, Dylan. Next. No. Just reminding everybody, when the state responded, hey, the advanced logical extraction was the only extraction completed on the phone as the full file extraction process was not available in-house at the time MPD extracted the phone. What? And then that's when I say, so you guys interviewed her in Nevada. Same with Dylan in Boise. I mean, also you could get a search warrant. The phone data was extracted using Axiom instead of Cellbrite UFED, Advanced Logical Extraction, was the only extraction completed on Dylan's phone, as the full file extraction process was not available with in-house forensic software at MPD at the time. This is why Mowry reached out to this detective Taylor, because he could not perform. So this is what should be crazy to everybody. He attempts to get a full file, but it's not until after he does the regular extraction that he can do with the victims. Full file system for Kaylee's phone after it has been unlocked. The defense is MPD is still waiting on updates and or support from forensic software providers that will hopefully allow extraction of Kaylee Gonsalves' phone. To date, MPD has been unable to unlock this phone. Now let's get to Mowry, him being an expert witness. Unfucking believable. The most important pieces in this case are these phones. Now, Mowry. Go like this. This. All of that. Is Dylan and bushy brows. And Taylor. She's like, this is my first disclosure to you guys. She's disclosing that investigator Patanti has reports that are just labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4. Investigator, whoever this person is, seen photos and report from 1/3/2023. Leading up to the preliminary hearing, 4/2/2023, 4/25/2023, and you see this big gap here. They obviously stopped, big gap, because they were preparing for this preliminary hearing and they didn't need to anymore. Investigator Trinkle report with Duff. Who the fuck is Duff? So right here, Ann Taylor is saying to us, and we have to understand, Investigator Patanti, 1. Investigator, whatever this name is, Jacqueline, 2. Investigator Trinkle, 3. Report with Duff. I've never heard that name. So she has 3 investigators. Investigator Jacqueline property and evidence, photos, and report from 1/10/2023. Investigator Jacqueline report, photos and documents from apartment. I'm guessing from Brian Kober's apartment, but who knows? transcripts obtained by the defense, because they take the audio and they turn them into transcripts. And so they were planning on using what they thought was important was Mortensen, Johnson, McClure, and Beck. So they had those transcribed. And they were found on the AV5. On 16, they have the second interview of Mortensen. On 16, amended second interview, Bethany Funk. Amended. Now, 53. Look at that. So from 16 to 53, whatever is in this audio between here and here is basically Ann Taylor at this point was like, it's worthless. Okay? It's worthless to her. She doesn't believe that there's anything valuable between whoever these recordings are, 17 through 52. So you want to make a note of that. Next, 56. Now, we have no idea what order they went in with these. I mean, you can start documenting them, but Noonan's body cam. Now, why is she going to show this? Well, she's going to show this because she believes that body cam is pretty good evidence of a couple different things, in my opinion. One being the sheath. Snyder, second folder. His body-worn camera. The SD card. A couple of different things that I can think of. Him going over and talking to them about getting that SD card. Him thinking that the people next door were the ones that called as to why Snyder went back over there saying, oh, did you guys call? And they're like, huh? No. Remember, that's when I was like, somebody called because he thought that it was them. I wanted to know who that was. Gunderson, fourth and fifth folder. Smith, first folder. Morris, second folder. Morris, fourth folder. Payne with Jack Decor. That was at the police department. Payne with Maisie. Payne with Molly McDaniels. Now, either they need to get a new AI system here, but no wonder why you didn't know shit about Molly if you thought her last name was McDaniels. House, meaning, just so we're clear, that's one of the officers' last names, is House. I think his first name is Jason. 71. Bailey Briggs. That's an interview we need. House with Blaker and Jacques. I was waiting all day to talk to you guys about that. Me, Blaker, and Jacques. What the fuck? So funny. Jacques. House with second folder. House with third folder. House, car, backseat, camera. The backseat camera of a vehicle. It's just interesting to me. I think somebody put it in. They wanted it. Don't mind my little personal notes over here. 911 call. Look at, they don't put that on a recording to give out until number 75. You would think that recording would be very important. Just same like the Morris case, they try to bury these 911 calls. Dylan Mortensen interviewed 12/30/2022. Jake Schreiger. She had transcribed Jake Schreiger's interview. But guess what, guys? Jake Schreiger's interview does not exist with Moscow Police Department, nor does it exist with Idaho State Police. So where was this be coming from? This has to be coming from the feds. Go show me where Jake was interviewed by ISP or MPD. But Ann Taylor transcribed this and was going to be using it. 118, Connor Chestnut. That's go round number 1. Connor Chestnut, go round number 2, 144. You see that, like, Mortensen, but we don't get a date here. And that tells me that I don't know if Ann Taylor knew the date, because I don't know who, they're listing these like this, but this Mortensen 151, I'm interested in. I just want to know what that is. Ann Taylor had a plan, and anybody that doesn't think so is an idiot. Now, decor 15, 17, 22, 21. But look at how late these get put in. They did not want to turn them over to the defense. Look at how late all of this stuff gets turned over to the defense. Showalter 376. Do you see that shit? $853, $854. Do you see how late in the game Mary Ann Kohlberger and Amanda Kohlberger, their interviews were given over? The way that they're turning over discovery here is 001 AV is the first video, audio, whatever it may be, right? Audio, video, just whatever it is, media. 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, all the way. Look at that. They were just basically, when they're giving them data dumps, here, AV 200 to 700. Here you go. I'm just so curious. Were they labeled? Because I'm super curious. If the way that these are labeled like this, minus like Ann Taylor stuff's up here at the beginning. Okay. But transcripts obtained by the defense, additional transcripts of audio recordings will be forthcoming and will be provided upon receipt. So this is what was provided to them, just the audio. And then what you do is you go and you have, you pay to have this transcribed because you're going to use it in court. You don't play something in court. Like, you're going to use the transcript. We're all super curious about a lot of things, Anna, right? So what do you guys think about this? I mean, breaking it down, because we're about to get to Maury's dumbass with these phones. Now, so after they do the AVs, there's going to be more. Agent balances testimony in the Lori Vallow case parts 1 and 2. Those were exhibits. Agent balances testimony in the Chad Daybell case part 1. Agent balances testimony in the Chad Daybell case part 2. And I'm laughing because I'm like, Jay, you're a fucking idiot. Jay is for Justice is the biggest fucking moron. Like, this is what you would have shown anybody that would have been talking to you about, like, this is why this shit couldn't go to trial for the prosecution. Now, number 2 is materials from defense expert. Now, this is what people they may forget. Remember, Ann Taylor went to that scene, and this is who she went with immediately. So Matt is the one that found and pointed out the fact that either Payne can't count, or they're purposely fucking up the numbers on purpose to try to throw off the true representation of this crime scene. I do not have Discord. I will never have Discord. Discord fucking blows. You see what happened, Charlie Kirk? Goddammit. That was supposed to make you laugh. So videos from 1/23/2024. Videos, photographs from 6/29/2023. Additional scans, Moscow's Pharaoh, scene to go. Remember, well, I showed you guys what scene to go is through I think I showed it through the Tepe murder case. It's a program. He was all over it. So when anybody asks like why Brent Turvey wasn't brought in, Brent Turvey wasn't brought in because Matt basically is already saying and knew what they were dealing with. Matt was saying this is a staged crime scene. Matt was saying all of the things that Turvey, where I believe that Turvey was brought in for is for a rebuttal. Turvey was brought in for a rebuttal because you know that they're going to come back with their expert, right? And now we want to rebuttal their expert, and that's exactly why Turvey was provided. Here's Suge Tits, Paulette Sutton. What you think? You know, so right here, all of this, the scene to go, this data on 5/13/2024, photos 127, his video 13. That's when they went to the crime scene, and him and Ann Taylor went there for the first time. 12/14/2023. That is at the crime scene. And I believe on 12/14/2023 that Cy Ray was there for this trip. Photos of the replica knife, Moscow Raw, Barrow zip folder, scene to go. Okay, materials from defense expert Cy Ray. Drive test data. See, that's it. 2 zip folders and 9 files. Really, really important right there. That's what's being disclosed. I love when Suge Tits joins us. And then we get into, again, this was just their first disclosure. And then we get into mitigation stuff. I'm going to do a complete live about some stuff with that, but we're going to just set that aside. Photographs taken by defense investigator Batanti. Photographs from 1122 King on 1/27/2023. Very interested in that. Those would be awesome to see because I think that's going to have everything to do with Dylan and Bethany. Apartment photos. Now, apartment photos 2/1/2023. I'm going to pull up the WSU shit, but that date doesn't ring a bell for me for Brian Kohlberger, for them going to Brian Kohlberger's apartment. Apartment photos. I'm going to double check that, but I know for certain there is no way. I mean, I can't imagine. Would Ann Taylor try to take her own photographs of Ethan's apartment? I just wouldn't even think that it would be still. I mean, what's it going to be like in February of 2023? Evidence photos, evidence photos, evidence photos. These are the different dates. Evidence photos, but these dates matter, so we've set those aside. 2024 evidence photos, 2024 photos from PA, photos from 1122 King Batanti, 2024 photos from PA. Okay. Then you go to when Ann Taylor had to disclose her exhibits and shit like that. Hold on, let's get Maori's now. Maori sucks. Just to remind everybody. This is just to remind everybody. Oh, by the way, we have 1112 in chat. This is just to remind everybody. Here it is in black and white. Fucking, you saw it here first. These are two two-man teams at the same time doing 9-1 on 2021 in the year 2021. 9-3, 2021, party patrols, two-man teams. Okay. This is where I was like, come to mama, baby. Let's talk about what the fuck y'all did on 11-12 going into 11-13. I told you guys, I was like, man, I find it really hard to believe that they only had one two-man team. In 2021, during the fall, just like we're dealing with 2022, the fall. And here they were granted more money. More money. And then I said to myself, who is Tyler Allen? So I'm going to pull his records to see where he, like, who is this cat? Two-man teams. Two of them. Two-man teams. Then this name here. This is who Curtis Whitman has and is in joint reports with in 2022. When I did that Curtis Whitman episode. And this is somebody that was working party patrols. It's a chick. This is what we're missing that they pulled from that night. We should know how many, like, this is the documentation they should have filled out. How many contacts were made? Breaking it all down. You have to fill all of this out. This is what they pulled from the public request. We can go through all of these. Not a single one do they ever work. These like ridiculously like 9 to 4 o'clock in the morning hours. They're going to be so in trouble. Which we've made a phone call and a bunch of emails saying that, they need to give us this file is not complete. All right. I want to remind you guys how closely they pay attention and work together. Moscow and WSU. Remember this report, 11/24/2022. This is a WSU person, Officer Whitman. I called Officer Flaherty with MPD, who was assigned to the case. He told me the following: a sergeant with the Latah County Jail, a sergeant, later identified as Ethan A. Ogden, was told by his niece about a suspicious note written on the back of a Sherry's receipt while she was at work today. While on the phone with Officer Flaherty, he sent me a picture of the handwritten note. The note appears to say, remember all this crazy shit? So I went through that and then I showed that see what else. Curtis Whitman, what else did you do? I know that you were in something else with that chick. Moscow. Let's see what this is all about. Curtis Whitman has to put himself in it and has to say, listen, I saw that the Moscow Police Department was receiving a call about a suspicious individual. You know, this I saw. Okay. I saw that the Moscow Police Department was receiving a call about a suspicious individual at the University Inn in Moscow, Idaho. I was familiar with this individual as he had made suspicious statements about a potential threat to events surrounding the Apple Cup on WSU campus. I arrived in Moscow a short time later. Meyer was in front of the hotel smoking a cigarette and was waiting for a cab. MPD officer Warner was also there. These people, I later found out that the University Inn asked that he be trespassed from their hotel, and he was. Again, you're writing this shit, like this stuff up. They work together all the time. Curtis Whitman supposedly acts like he left work early on the night of the murders. Oh, here we go. Ready? What's the name? Oh, Fosberg. Why did you, oh yeah, Lana, tell us about that again. Well, I just showed you guys. Fosberg was doing the plain clothes. You guys see that? Plain clothes drug shit. Mackenzie Fosberg. You see that? M. Fosberg. Look at who's working together. Reporting officers, Curtis Whitman, M. Fosberg. See that? Well, what's this all about? On 11/27, this is like right before you get Brian Culber's car. At 5 o'clock in the morning. 5:12. What is this about? Wait till you see this. Ready? Wait till you see what this one's about. Just reminding you guys, Fosberg worked the undercover shifts. in 2021. This is about on 11/27 at about 5:12 in the morning. I was driving when I observed a vehicle eastbound at a high rate of speed. I activated my radar and it read 50. The speed limit in that area is 35. I turned and caught up to the vehicle. I activated my emergency lights. As they turned onto Airport Road, they continued while I had lights and sirens activated without pulling over. They were traveling at 35 miles on average and obeying the other traffic laws as I followed. They pulled out at the airport terminal and 2 females exited. 2 females exit the car. I approached and contacted the driver, later identified as Ron Stone Jr. I could smell a slight odor of intoxicants. I asked for his license and registration and proof of insurance. He provided all but a correct proof of insurance, or current. Look at this. He conducted whatever the fuck he conducted. I'm not going to read that part again, but here. I asked if he would allow us to park his vehicle and call someone to pick him up. He said that was acceptable. Officer Fosberg parked his vehicle without incident. I warned Stone for the speed, his expired insurance card, and failing to yield. Really? Who the fuck is this guy? And I'm like, Fosberg, that's who was doing the undercover shit, the plainclothes operations. Hold on. Ready? 6/28/2021. This was their allowance. $905 for meth, party patrols, 4,100 underage drinking presentations. Well, let's get to this woman here. Mackenzie Fosberg, working with none other than Curtis Whitman. Her name comes up a couple different times. So she was MPD in 2021 and switches to WSU. Fosberg. Fosberg worked with Jacob Tisdall. When you sign up, let me tell you something. When you're going to sign up on that silly little sheet, you don't go and take shifts with people that you like. This is your overtime, okay? I'm not doing stuff with people that I'm not cool with. See that? Jacob Tisdall, Mackenzie. She chose to sign up and do that with him. Okay? That was in, again, 2021. Then you're supposed to fill something like this out. So Fosberg, Tisdall, when they work that shift, this is what you're supposed to do. Party patrol, alcohol, drug enforcement. 8 to midnight. This is what they pulled on the night of the murder. They pulled this for them to talk about right here for us to know who the fuck was working. This is what you're supposed to fill out, and it's there. And then this sheet. And so 11 contacts, 4 open containers, 1 minor possession, 6 underage alcohol citations. So 6. So look at this. They had 11 contacts, they're saying, on that night. I don't know how the fuck you can mess it up, but 11 contacts. And every time that they made a contact, something happened. Because 6 underage alcohol citations, 1 minor in possession, and 4 open containers. So then I wanted to know the time before that when they had 4 people working. So when they're working with that chick, 11 contacts, 10 contacts, whatever. 3 weeks later, Jacob Tisdall with this other dude, and they had 40 contacts. 21. I mean, that's like fucking 3 times as much, 4 times as much. And the other thing is the rate. So I'm going to show you how they're not good at math. 12 is hey, we gave out warnings to 12 of our 40 contacts, okay? We gave out 12 warnings. We gave out 1 open container. So that's 13. Then we gave 21 minor in possession or minor in consumption. Well, guess what, guys? 21 plus 13 is what? Do the math. It's not fucking 40. Okay? So either they're just making this number up to say how many contacts they have, right? To make it seem like they're actually doing something on their job. Or they're not mentioning what the other contacts were all about. I'm going to tell you who else can't count. Noons and this other dude. 30 contacts. 9 of those minor in possession, minor in consumption. 2 others describe in the notes. See, that says 2. And right here, I'm guessing is open container and possession of marijuana. Okay, so 2 plus 9 is 11. Plus open container warnings, 10. So 10 plus 2 is 12. 12 plus 9 is 21. 9 unaccounted for of what happened with those contacts. Are those what you call controlled buys, controlled sales? Are those we cannot talk about that? Or are we just lying about how many Or are we just like not doing our job? So let me get this straight. Mackenzie was working with these dudes who worked and did the plain clothes operations. She was one of them. Yep, Mackenzie Fosberg. Then all of a sudden, Mackenzie ends up going and becoming a WSU. Did she do both? Did she work at both places? Was she part-time? Well, guess what? We're going to look into all that. Did Mackenzie ever have a different last name? You ready for this? This is proof to show you that a plainclothes operation that one person could piece out before the other person. So on the night of the murders, right, here we have, well, this is not the night of the murders, but I'm saying the night of the murders, we know there was plainclothes operation. Jacob Tisdall was involved. Nothing about this. Jacob Tisdall knows Mackenzie. They worked him before. Mackenzie and Curtis, tight. Curtis leaves work early on the night of the murders, basically during the murder or after the murder. And he makes no sense about why he's saying he left at 4:30, which bizarre, right? A lot more has to go into that. But here is evidence that when they are working these, one person could leave and be done and have an hour and a half differential. So, but this is my question is it because, hey, we were done, but he just went back to do all the paperwork or something, you know? Or is he staying and doing something by himself, which I don't think that would be safe, but whatever. Like, can we talk about this a little bit? But this is just proof that, hey, just because Tisdall was done or just because Rosie said he was done, whatever, how do we know that the other one wasn't done? How do we not know that, hey, yeah, Nunes left or Tisdall left, and then, I don't know, the other person stayed and met up with Curtis Whitman? Who the fuck knows? I'm showing you that it is, here is evidence that one dude was an hour and a half before the other one. Let's talk about this. When they're doing these plainclothes operations, allocation of liability. Each party will be responsible only for liabilities associated with the conduct of its own officials, employees, agents, and volunteers, subject to the provisions of Idaho towards and volunteers. Oh yeah, because guess what? One of my best friends did Vice, and I'm over here like, dude, I want to do like, put me undercover. And she's like, are you insane? I would never do that. I can't protect you. I can't give you a gun. I can't give you anything. Like, that is extremely dangerous. And I would never fucking do that. You're never doing that. And I'm like, whoa, you can't protect me? She's like, no. And when you're in this, if someone's ever doing something like that for a cop and they make like $50 or whatever, like, here, we give somebody $50, is your life worth more than $50? You're usually doing it because you're in a lot of fucking hot water. You need to get yourself out. Each party will defend the other party against any claims that arise solely from alleged wrongful acts. What? Each party will defend the other party against any claims that arise solely from alleged wrongful acts, omissions, or negligence of the defending party in the course of this agreement, but does not assume responsibility for the acts, omissions, or negligence of the other party's officials, employees, agents, and volunteers. Boom. Hey, we protect each other. We protect this contract. Okay, but guess what? We don't. We protect the agencies. But if your person fucks up, we don't back that. See that? Each party shall promptly notify the other party of any claim arising under this agreement and shall cooperate fully with the defending party or its representatives in the defense of such claim. The parties acknowledge that if both parties participate in the state of Idaho risk program, the risk program, liability claim, suit, or loss arising from this agreement shall be allocated in the accordance with law by the Office of Risk Management for purposes of the representative loss experience and subsequent allocation of self-insurance assessment. Any party participating in the state of Idaho risk program shall notify such program in the event it receives notice or has knowledge of any claims arising out of this agreement. Well, we don't have anybody complaining or anything, but while we were running this up, while we were doing this, people were murdered. You guys understand what that's about, right? Okay. Assurances of compliance with record-keeping data collection standards. The subrecipient will maintain detailed records. They did not. On all grant-funded activities. Moscow did not, which indicate the date, time, number of participants reached, and the nature of services delivered under the grant award. The subrecipient will be required to collection evaluation data. Yeah, that makes no sense, right? On all projects and submit the data to the ODP. Well, guess what? Where's on 11/13, 11/12? These records shall be subject to inspection by ODP. ODP has the right to audit reimbursement requests both before and after payment and to contest any billing or portion thereof. All of this money should be returned. Assurance of compliance with Idaho state laws. Assurances of compliance with parental consent policy. The subrecipient assures ODP that all activities conducted with grant funds to provide services to minors will collect appropriate parental consent. All applicable staff will be fully informed of and will abide by the policies and requirements set forth therein. Okay, so going back over here, Mackenzie, girl, come on down. Mackenzie. So I wanted to see if Mackenzie showed up and was involved in Ready? The guy who did the undercovers, who wrote up everything. Responding officers. Eric Warner. Eric Warner. Lana, what is this about? Well, what I'm realizing is when somebody says things like, I'm familiar with a name, I know this person, this is what they do, blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, what is this all about? Responding officers, Eric Warner. Oh, who's this? Same dude doing plain clothes. Elijah Flaherty. Eric Warner. Oh, wait, he's the one that filled all this shit out. Yeah, this is his. Okay, so what happened here? Well, remember 1857 White Ave, apartment 305. Say it ain't so. Oh my God, White Ave. What's over there? White fucking Elantras over there. So is where one of those Latah County troopers live over there. And I was like, okay, well, what's going on? Well, remember what I was telling you this was about. So this is on 11/24. This is remember that person that called in, and then it was a Latah County Sheriff's deputy. Ethan Ogden. Remember the Latah County Sheriff's Department has had a leak this entire time? Are you guys familiar with that? Who was basically leaking what Brian's mail was and all that shit. Do you guys know about that? Have I ever told you guys about that? In the Latah County Sheriff's Department? Well, this is the person that I believe that could potentially be about this leak. And here it is I believe, look at Sergeant with the Latah County Jail, later identified as Ethan A. Ogden. That's who I believe that could potentially be who was the person that's been and was leaking information about everything that was going on with Brian. Officer Flaherty stated that since the threats were in reference to Pullman, Washington, they passed the case along to us. He stated they did not have a crime in Idaho. I requested him to see if Sherry's had credit card information or video surveillance of the mail. Officer Lamley with the Pullman Police Department offered her assistance in using links. Officer Lamley, that's another person that, I mean, she's just a nighttime girl though, but really, so the information she found matched the information the individual had hand wrote on the receipt. This is this person from Minnesota. Remember, like the weird fucking threats and shit. Sergeant Boyd. You guys know who that is? Sergeant Boyd. Sergeant Boyd was involved in the Brancapaka shooting. Sergeant Boyd called WSIN, who then directed him to contact the Washington State Fusion Center. They are responsible for detecting, deterring, and preventing terrorist attacks or significant criminal activity. I then called the original reporting party, Ethan, the jail deputy dude, who did not tell me anything different than what I already knew. He provided me with the phone number for his niece, who received the note at Sherry's. Amanda stated that Leah was nice and wanted to continue conversation with her during her shift, but she was busy due to the holiday. She said he had a compass, a passport, and 2 maps of Moscow. One was handwritten, and it appeared to be in the area of the 4 recent homicides. Do you guys know anything about this? Again, Amanda said that Leo came into Sherry's and was excessively coughing. He eventually ordered the turkey dinner and paid with a card. She described him as old, white, wore glasses, blue eyes, had a maroon shirt with the word warrior, and appeared as if he was in the sun a lot. I asked if he appeared homeless, and she said yes, but it looked like he was showered. She did not see if he came on foot or in a vehicle. Again, one was a handwritten map, and it appeared to be in the area of the 4 recent homicides. She said it had the address of the homicides on the map. He told her that he went to the location of the homicides and spoke with Derek and Jason from Fox News. Amanda was not comfortable at this point because she told me she knew the female victims. Excuse me? Wait for this. Amanda is the niece. Okay, so just so everybody understands the connection here. Again, Curtis Whitman calls Ethan Ogden, who is a deputy at the Latah County Sheriff's Department, okay? He didn't tell me anything different than what I already knew. He provided me the phone number for his niece, who received the note at Sherry's. Her name is Amanda Christian. Amanda Christian tells Curtis Whitman that Amanda was not comfortable at this point because she told me she knew the female victims. She knew the female victims. Here's Curtis Whitman. Oh, who were they? How did you know them? Did you turn this over? It was the end of her shift anyway, so she needed to leave the restaurant. She said another coworker who she could only identify as Daniel. What? She said another coworker who she could only identify as Daniel sat and talked to Leo to occupy him. She said Leo was writing her a note, but told him to give it to Daniel and she would get it. She went to her vehicle and she said Leo got up and watched her from a window. Amanda said that Leo told her she was a nice lady and the note was a warning to the waitress that bad stuff was going to happen in Moscow and Pullman. I thanked Amanda for telling me what she knew and ended the call. While working on the case, listen to this, while working on what case? While working on the case, I saw Moscow police received a suspicious call located at 1436 West Pullman Road. Nom nom. While working on what? This case? The CAD comments stated the reporting party received a note from a male threatening mass casualties at the Apple Cup. The note and the CAD comments were almost identical to the note written in the back on the Sherry's receipt. I asked Whitcomb if they could request Moscow police to get video surveillance of the male. I want you guys to understand how this operates. Curtis Whitman is writing up a report, which he never thought in a million thousand years. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he thought that somebody would go get it. But I wanted to know everything that he was doing after the murders to see how he documented stuff, to see if he was working with, assisting the agency, how he documented that. And sure as shit, he's documenting things. So you don't think that you're going to document? Where is your fucking report from finding Brian Kohlberger's vehicle, you prick? So what he says he did is he says, I asked Whitcomb, so I'm going to go get the CAD notes for this. I asked Whitcomb if they could request Moscow police to get video surveillance of the mail. Listen to this. I saw Officer Flaherty was assigned to the call. How can you see that? I saw. Well, all you need to know is that, so you can see shit. They can go on there and they can see stuff. Like when? Afterwards then? I mean, he's saying, because they all share the same radios. And remember, when Officer Payne said, stay off the radios, dude, why? Well, because you think law enforcement's involved in this shit. I saw Officer Flaherty was assigned to the call. Officer Flaherty was one of the undercover plainclothes people that used to do those. I called him. Fuck, how'd you do that? You just called him up on the phone? You guys, I get it. Oh, he would just think that just because there's a police officer in that town and that, you fucking have people's numbers. Like, what do you mean you just call them up? Hey, what's up, man? So I called Officer Flaherty after he closed the call. Do you understand what this looks like? It's a cover your ass type of writing. Why is he? It's like, hey, I have to write all this stuff because what is this really about? You know what I'm saying? I called Officer Flaherty after he closed the call. It's almost like this Curtis Whitman guy is paying attention to everything that's going on. It's like The Departed, which, by the way, I watched on my way flying. I watched The Departed. Matt Damon tipping off, like paying attention to what's going on and seeing what type, like anytime that you're hearing something like here, like, what are you doing? Well, hey, maybe Curtis Whitman's just an amazing officer. But to me, it looks interesting. I called Officer Flaherty after he closed the call. He stated he went to Nom Nom and was not able to get video surveillance tonight. Wait, what? What? The Nom Nom didn't have video surveillance? Like, what do you mean? You didn't have time to go there? What do you mean? He stated he went to Nom Nom. Oh, okay, so you went there and was not able to get video surveillance tonight. Because what? Oh, you have to go back there because, probably have to go back there tomorrow, talk to somebody that's actually in like management. Sherry's does not have working cameras. I don't believe any of this shit. Well, Anna, why? Because of the Brian Drake case. This is how they roll. Sherry's, they don't have working cameras. He learned that the mail was staying at the Best Western tonight. Again, the fucking Best Western popping up, man. The Best Western tonight and checking out tomorrow. How did he learn that? He learned that. Well, I'll tell you how Curtis Whitman learned this. Curtis Whitman has the Best Western, just like all these freaking cops have all these places on speed dial, and they know these people. Hey, it's Curtis Whitman with WSU. Oh, hey, what's up, Curtis? Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you look up and see if you have can you even do that? Can you look up and see if you have somebody staying at the hotel by the name of da-da-da? And so the Best Western, all these places that have hotels, they're just giving out people's like, oh, yep, I have that person staying here. You can't. That's like calling and saying, is Britney Spears staying at that hotel? What? He learned Who the fuck is he? Flaherty learned? How did Flaherty learn this? I mean, he learned. Ready? Best Western tonight and checking out tomorrow to possibly go to Lewiston. To possibly go to Lewiston. Why is he going to Lewiston? Paparazzi's gonna love this shit. I mean, let us see it. I always show it on the screen. Let us see it. Do you think I'm just making up the words? Officer Flaherty told me Leo possibly flew in to the area and may or may not have a vehicle rental. I called Best Western in Moscow. Oh, Curtis Whitman did. Date of this date is November 25th. Oh, wow. So the same day that they're saying be on the lookout. But really, did it happen? And Curtis is like, no, Anna, that's what I had Luangus do. I said, you had him do what? What page is this? That's all these fucking papers. All these papers. Put that there. Oh, what's here? Oh, okay, that goes there. Who's this? I already told about knees. Okay, then where's Curtis Whitman's? Okay, then this goes here. Ron. Now Curtis Whitman gets involved, and he's like, okay. This is Curtis Whitman's version of the events. Dude, everybody had access to everything. At the University Inn. This isn't the Best Western, though. One of them are wrong. I was familiar with the individual as he had made suspicious statements about a potential threat to events surrounding the Apple Cup on WSU's campus. So the way that Curtis Whitman gets involved here is the following is a copy of my narrative from the related case on 11/25. These statements were documented in Officer Luangus's report from the prior evening on 10/24. Officer Luangus did not contact the subject, Leo Meyer. Leo was not contacted at that time as he was in Moscow and had not made specific threats. Remember at Sherry's. Moscow PD also had no reason to question or detain Meyer. What? The call information today stated he was leaving the hotel. I called dispatch and asked if Moscow PD could keep an eye on Meyer while I came over to speak with him. Curtis Whitman's like, hey, I got to come over that way. I need you to keep an eye on somebody until I get there. Like, you know, I'm coming. So think about just think about how this operates. I swear there's a DJ Myers in this case too. Think about how they operate. They just call each other when they need to, like, it's just, you just can't. You just can't. You can't make it up. I arrived in Moscow a short time later. Meyer was in front of the hotel smoking a cigarette and waiting for a cab. So he wasn't driving. MPD officer. Oh, Eric Warner. Of course. Hey, Officer Warner. Fancy that I would call you, you know, the one that I do all this shit with, this federal grant money. We do the party patrols together. We, you know, yeah, we're just, yeah. Mm-hmm. But isn't this the Drake case? This isn't the Drake case at all. This is the Idaho murder case. This isn't the Drake case at all. I later found out that the university inn asked that he be trespassed from their hotel, and he was. Why? What do you mean? I later found out. How the fuck? About for what? Where is this coming from? How is this in your report? I later found out. When did you write this report? After some brief small talk and introductions, I told Meyer we had heard some things that caused us concern at WSU. So I'm going to now go for the MPD and WSU body worn camera of this. I want to see how Eric Warner and Officer Whitman interact with each other. That's what we're about to find out from this thing. Dude, I cannot believe that Curtis Whitman called Officer Warner. I'm just curious how that was relayed. Officer Warner just happened to be the officer that took this on. Hey, can you hold that asshole? I'll be right there. So, we're pretty concerned about what the fuck you're spewing out around here. But you weren't at all like wondering that maybe the guy that went to Sherry's and the girl that's saying that she knew the victims, the female victims, you weren't concerned like, wait, that this dude went and was able to find somebody that knew the victims and was saying the stuff to the victims as friends? That didn't concern you at all? Because that would be interesting to me. When this girl was saying that I knew the victims and they had a map of where the house was. That's what the guy had in his hand. Like, what? Or is this girl just totally making this shit up? Like, you'd want to find out, like, people try to insert themselves in cases to send people on the wrong paths all the time. I don't know, man. This is just fucking crazy. So he says, I told Meyer we had heard some things that caused us to be concerned here at WSU. I asked if he was aware of anything we should be concerned about. He brought up the recent homicides that occurred in Moscow and stated he was concerned that suspect may escalate into a mass shooter. What? Oh my God. And then they end up having a shooting with Brent Kopaka. I asked if he had any information about a specific threat to the community, and he said he did not. I asked Meyer if he harbored any ill will to anyone in the community. He said no. I got it. You guys know how they write these reports, right? I asked if he was planning any acts of violence. He said no. Meyer provided me with his full name, date of birth, and cell phone number. What'd you do with that cell phone number? Was that ran to see if it was in the geofence? He was planning on spending the next couple of nights in Lewiston, then coming back to Moscow. But since he was trespassed, he did not know where he was going after Lewiston. A Moscow taxi arrived to take him to Lewiston, and we concluded our conversation. Did you talk to anybody in Lewiston to say, hey, you got a guy coming up here, you know, you didn't give them any warning? And what's your protocol there? Curtis Whitman. Why is Curtis Whitman inserting himself into this? I don't understand. Again, Curtis Whitman just everywhere. This is so wild. We're giving away tons of memberships over here, guys. I wanted to do a happy hour show before the United States game. Hoffy Masters just spreading out memberships. Liz Tata with TNT. Raging Cajun Girl, thank you so much. Dan B, thank you so much for your super sticker. Love is All Around, performed by Wet, Wet, Wet. Hoffy Master. Said Muhammad Ali. You cannot hit what you cannot see. Oh, I'm going backwards. Hoffy Master. Samantha, Sam Panther, actually, in quotes there, gifted a Truth and Transparency membership. Thank you so much. Sarah said, Lana, I emailed the Latah County prosecutors. Lana, I emailed the Latah prosecutors report about the date of extractions and what department to file FOIA with. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. That'll actually be very helpful. Awesome. Now I understand. I think I saw this earlier. Now I get what you're saying. Karmic retribution speaks words that matter. Hoffy Master. Oh, Hoffy giving props to. Oh, look at the love in chat. Angel, thank you for the super sticker. Keep on keeping on. There's absolutely no stopping you now, Lana Brains. Who was this from? Oh, what's up, Deborah? You been good? Hopefully your summer's going well. Allie Tally says, seeing a pattern of failures here. 2020, 2022, same patterns and some of the same people. Yes. This is, I guess, a systematic failure. Sarah says, could Maori break power port to delay full extraction? I don't think Maori knew it. I would love to know. Well, that's what I want to close on is Maori's. They didn't have any. He had no report of what he was testifying to. He can just testify to 7 devices. What? He was just going to talk about what? Chain of custody? What the fuck was this man going to talk about? And yeah, I just did the extraction and, I wasn't the person that looked at the items. I mean, there's no report of you. There is no report of what you developed from it. Kaylee's phone stopped moving and never moved again after this time, or what the fuck ever. There's no findings. If you can read this, please hit the thumbs up. Thank you, Hoffy Master. Hoffy Master, 5, 5, 15, 20, 25, 30. Hoffy Master. Hoffy Master. Hoffy Master. Holy shit. Thank you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. K. Schmidt, thank you. I think Maori sucks, by the way. Oh, you didn't know that? You didn't know that? That was my opinion? I think him and Van Leuven, they must kick it and have beers together. The fucking blundas. The blundas of true crime over here. This case is unbelievable, no doubt about it. And everything that was going on with these party patrols and them getting overtime and saying that they're working and using this government granted federal money to basically get themselves an extra $200, $300, $400. Let me just look at the hours that they're racking up and what they're getting paid. And then you need to look at, do you think that they're dirty? Well, all the little side deals that you could be working, who knows? But when you start seeing the certain people that, if I'm a nighttime worker in Pullman and there's nighttime workers in WSU and there's nighttime workers in Moscow, those are the people, right, that are going to know each other. And then the people that would work the daytime shift in all three, those are the people that you're going to be working with. But now if something happened in the evening and you have to, or the late night hours, and you have to notify somebody then in the morning, right? But what I'm able to do is read these reports and see how they interact. They just pick up their phone and they just call each other. They know each other. I want to also tell you this. Amanda, who's saying that she knew the victims, she was born in 1985. 1985. This niece of the deputy, Ethan Ogden, was born in 74. Leo from Minnesota. They're saying that his name is Leo. $1959. He's pushing 70, isn't he? I'm really interested in this person being from Minneapolis, Minnesota. So this girl, Amanda, who's claiming to know the female victims, how would she know them? Brainstorm with me. How would Amanda? Okay, obviously she works at Sherry's, so we're gonna see. Did they ever go to Sherry's? Can anything place them at Sherry's? What's the financials? Wouldn't you ask? I mean, this woman, Amanda, wants to come out and say, I am the niece of a sheriff deputy at the jail, and who lives on White Ave. And so think about this. Sherry's, I don't think it's a bar. I think it's more like a dinner place. I'm just curious, does she truly know them? Was she just making this up? She's the same age as, like, how old's Molly? How old's Janelle? I would love to know if she knows them. That's like more. So, and I'm really interested that Ethan, who's only 9 years or 11 years older than Amanda, so when you were like, how can you only be 11 years? I mean, just think about that. Like, think about the dynamics of that family. That's my niece. So you were 11 when you became an uncle. So this whole dynamic here, really whack-a-dack for me. You don't ask this Leo guy why the fuck he's in town if he's from Minnesota. Like, does he live in Minnesota? He still rolls with a Minnesota number. He has a Minnesota address. Why the fuck is he in Idaho? 59. Very bizarre. Should I just call up Amanda and ask her? Hey, Amanda, I'm just curious. Do you still work at Sherry's? I want to talk to you about an event that happened there, where some guy that came in there drawing maps of, like, the house and where it happened. Do you remember that? Hey, Amanda, how do you know the victims? Hey, Amanda, do you know fucking Molly and Janelle? Hey, Amanda, I'll give you $1,000 if you can fucking. Do you know who Molly is? Can you get her to come have lunch with you, and then I'll just show up there so I can interview her? $1,000. Molly, what's up, girl? You don't know who I am, girl? Come on now. Well, we're gonna get her nice and toasty. Molly, let's do some shots. Anyways. Going back to Fosberg. So Officer Fosberg parked his vehicle without incident. I warned Stone for the speed, his expired insurance card, and failing to yield. Officer Fosberg and I cleared. Why didn't this person get a ticket? His name, Christopher Stone. 2000. Birthday was in 2000, so he has like almost the same birthday as Maddie. How long did that take? 11:27. See, this bothers me. Why would it take you at 4:56 until 6:11 to clear a building? Pullman PD requested assistance with a building search of an unsecured building. Assistance was provided without incident. On 11/27/2022 at about 4:56, this is when I was like, this is so overlapping. It doesn't make sense. On 11:27 at 5:12 hours, I was driving on Terraview when I observed a vehicle eastbound at a high rate of speed. When did this clear? Bullshit. Makes no sense. So in 11:27, same thing. Like I said, at 4:56, if Curtis Whitman says that Pullman Police Department requested assistance, I responded and assisted with clearing the building. No one was found inside. Completed without incident. Nothing further. Really? I'm going to go get all these CADs. This doesn't make any sense. How the fuck could you possibly do that? And then at 5:12, like, that doesn't make any sense. It's impossible, actually. You can't be pulling somebody over and doing sobriety checks at 5:12 if you're saying that you didn't clear something until 6:11. Look into that. Now, wait, what the fuck? On November 28th, 2022, at approximately 23:46 hours. You guys, this is right before they find the car now. What time? When did they find the car? Yeah, the 29th, right? Oh, I guess it's the night before. I responded to the visitors parking area. This is, oh my God, she works the same fucking shift. She was always there. Okay, this is this Mackenzie Fosberg girl. Wow. Somebody was just chilling in a parking lot. And here she is. She's like, I'm going to just go respond. I arrived and located the vehicle. I ran the plate through Washington. It came back to this person. Awesome. Great job, Mackenzie. Why is Curtis Whitman in this? This makes no sense. Hold on a second. Okay, why did this get... Look at this. Curtis Whitman. Curtis! Curtis, what the hell's going on here, Curtis? He got really chummy. All right. Curtis. What's the next thing that you do with this broad? Well, the next thing that we do is we handle a disabled vehicle. Oh, fucking A. On November 29, 2022, at approximately 5:22 in the morning, I responded to the area of the Spark for a report of disabled vehicle blocking the parking lot entryway. Upon arrival, I located the vehicle, Washington plates. I observed the vehicle was unoccupied and the front driver's tire was shredded and blown out. The vehicle was blocking the entrance to the parking lot of the Spark. The registered owner, Daniel Brown. Who the fuck is Daniel Brown? He left his blown out car. Was not in locals and had no contact information listed in the Spillman report. Oh my God, what? That's weird. I looked for a Brown in MYSWSU and did not find any information. I requested a tow for the vehicle. Auto Body Super Center responded and towed the vehicle. We need to call them and ask them who picked up that car. Very strange. All these strange things were occurring and they just, weren't interested. Nothing further. Thank you so much, Mackenzie. Fabulous job. Fab. A Ford. I don't even know what the hell this is. Special. Okay, you guys, this is weird too. literally just after that and before that, there's another car that's just blocking. At 5:22. 20 minutes later, here's Curtis Whitman. Another vehicle is just blocking. It's a Mini Cooper. First name, Daniel. Not Brown this time, but Daniel Lee. So we had a Daniel Lee that has a vehicle shredded blocking something. It's Daniel Brown. And then we have a Daniel Lee. His middle name is Jinhyuk. Like, wait, what? Jinhyuk. Okay. Well, what is this about? Fuck. I was dispatched to a parking problem at the South Side Dining Center. A vehicle was reported to be blocking the loading dock. I responded and located the vehicle. The vehicle was parked halfway out of the space, partially blocking the loading dock. I located the driver, Daniel Lee. I advised him to move his vehicle. He said he would. Nothing further. Wow. It's just interesting. Daniel-san, get over here now. Daniel, young kid. He's like, I do not have Elantra. Leave me alone. Curtis Whitman, Eric Warner. Curtis. Alarm elevator. Stadium Way. Curtis, fire, Curtis. Curtis, you suck. Parking service. Wait, what? WSU parking services. Oh my God, I'm going to call this number really quick. Oh, on 11/25/2022 at about 18-19 hours, Pullman Fire was dispatched to a report of an illegal burn at the RV lot. What? Ferdinand's RV lot? I located the wood fire in a well-contained metal drum. What? A neighbor was told they could not have wood burning fires, and he stated he would stay with the fire and inform the owner. What? They're just burning. So people were burning shit at the trailers. Klein. Curtis Whitcomb could have just totally got that DNA off of that car, off that latch. That's nothing. I mean, how so stupid, Curtis? What the fuck? Wait, what? Bishop. Okay. Suspicious. Extra patrol suspicious. 11/27 at 3:19 in the morning. Officer responded for a security check and found building to be secure. No report. How long did that take you? 8 minutes. Curtis Wickham, Mackenzie Fosberg on 11/28 at 3. It was them. Oh, fuck yes. Okay. Ready? Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my God. The drug overdose was them. Here we go. Curtis Wickham and Mackenzie. Boom. On 11/27/2022 at 3:39 in the morning. Male and female subject found unconscious in the Perman Hall 4th floor lounge. Pullman ambulance evacuated both. The female was transported to PRH. Male stayed with a friend. Nothing further. On 11/27/2022 at about 3:39 a.m., Pullman ambulance was dispatched to an unconscious call. (3:39 a.m.) There was a report of a male and female subject found unconscious in the hall 4th floor lounge. Officer Fosberg and I responded and located the two. They were both non-responsive. They were both non-responsive to our verbal attempts. The male responded when we used a sternal rub, but would not speak to us. The female responded to pain when I pressed on her collarbone, but would not speak. It appeared that both had the female's vomit on them. Pullman ambulance evacuated. Oh, they just evacuated him. Pullman ambulance evaluated them. The female was transported. The male located a friend on the floor to stay with. Who the fuck called this in? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. And guess what? Nobody called this in. How did they find this? They found this themselves? Oh my God. Holy shit. How did they know about this? Who called? Look at. Names of involvement. Lana, you were right. It's by radio, bitch. Oh my God. I'm dead. Oh my God. It's their peeps. Who were these people? Oh my God. Oh my God. By radio. It's the same thing of the night of the fucking, what do you call it? The night of the murders, when it's radioed in by the officer. They were there. They were there and just happened to be walking into an what? We need to get the body cam. This one we need the body cam for. Hell yeah. Report. NC is not classified. Oh my God. Wait, what? Who were these people? Who was transported? Oh my God, I'm going to die. No way. This has to be out of order. No way. What time is this at? No way. Where's that Ron shit? Okay. That goes there. Additional offense. AMAS ambulance or medical assist. They were assisting medical. But how do they know about this? Who circumstances? Residents suspected using alcohol. Alcohol? This is alcohol? What day of the week was 11/27 on? In the morning at 4 to 3:39. The 27th. It was a computer report only. Last radio log. 4:24 a.m. So you were there that long? 3:39 to 4:24. That's almost an hour. I mean, it's 40 minutes. It was reported at 3:39 and 42 seconds. And it occurred between 3:39 and 42 seconds and 3:39 and 42 seconds. So that's when somebody happens on it. Curtis Whitman and Mackenzie Fosberg. I need to see when Mackenzie was hired. They were going around and trying to talk to all of their little druggy friends. That's what I think. Wait a second. Somebody said something. Oh my God. Oh my God. They got the guy. They were like, who did you get the drugs from? Oh my God. Check this out. Holy shit. Okay. They cleared the scene at 4:24 or the last radio, 4:24 a.m. Then guess what they find at 5:12 a.m. by radio. No nine, like nobody called us in. Then they just leave. Mackenzie and Curtis Whitman. Okay, look at Curtis Whitman. Mackenzie just happened to show up to an OD. Ready? Then, which we don't have the names of who the people are that had this. Then they leave at 4:24, last radio contact, 4:24 a.m. Guess where they are at 5:12? Shit. Doing that pullover with that guy letting out the two girls. Fuck yeah. This isn't a coincidence. At 5:12 and 11 seconds, Mackenzie and Curtis Whitman are stopped. Or Christopher Stone. And pulling him over to ask him to take some sobriety tests. I'm going to have to go get hers now. Priceless. Absolutely priceless. I got so many fucking papers over here. Holy shit. Yes, they left one. They left that and they're able to go and find a dude that's dropping off 2 girls at the airport. Like, where are they dropping this? What's going on? Where's that at? What day is that? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Curtis Whitman, man, you got your ass up in all this shit, don't you? Curdy. I see ya. Okay. Amazing. Damn. Did she write up a report? Very interesting, huh? Okay. A penny for your thoughts, Anna. Now, Lana, what are you thinking about all of this? Well, I mean, I they think it's the work of somebody that knows how to what do you call it? Stage crime scenes, clean up after themselves, not make any, mistakes. God, they did so many cases together. 12/6. So the night before. Wow. They just let anything go. Why are they always assisting all of the ambulance and medics? I mean, just in the middle of the night. So this guy becomes the admin, and this is what the fuck he's doing. Cassidy Price. Who the fuck is that? December 4th. I responded to Regent's Hall in reference to an unconscious female in a bathtub on the 3rd floor. There's no bathtubs. I mean, is it like community bath? Upon arrival, I located the female and saw the stall door was locked. I looked in through the space in the door jamb and saw one female sitting in a bathtub full of water, and the water was still running. The female was sitting up, but I could not see her head. I pounded on the stall door and yelled for her attention. The female woke up and I instructed her to turn off the water. I asked her to get dressed and come talk to me. The female stepped out and identified herself. I asked if she was okay, and she said yes. I explained why I was there. And I asked her how much alcohol she had drank. She said she was intoxicated. I asked multiple questions to determine her ability to care for herself, and she answered all of them correctly. She was not visibly impaired, and I advised dispatch that EMS could cancel. I asked this girl if she felt she wanted EMS to check on her, and she said no. What the fuck? How did you, at 3:10 in the morning, how did you respond to who called this in? Who called this in? Somebody called the 911 line. at 3:10, but there's no complaint. She could have. Do you understand how Curtis Whitman is just arriving at when people are like, he's just there? How was Curtis Whitman just there? This doesn't make any sense to me either. How could the last radio with all of this be at 3:26 a.m.? You just got there at 3:10 and all of this, you're able to do all of this in 15 minutes? How it was received, 911 line, but something's off with that, I think, because who called? Usually, like, there's like a number, like, who called this in? I think we're seeing a pattern here. I'm seeing a pattern. I'm going to get all these body cams. Fuck it. How the fuck would they just be there? Dude, there was somebody in the bathroom. Who called this in? Let's see if maybe it's on this one. Let's see if there's a. No, the one before that is on December 4th at approximately 12:51 in the morning. I responded to the resident inn lobby in reference to a female having an asthma attack and breathing issues. Upon arrival, the front desk advised the patient was actually in room whatever. I went to room whatever and contacted the female. First name, Nika. Unknown further. Nika said she was visiting town and forgot one of her breathing machines. She said she was probably being impacted by the cold temperatures. Nika was taking shallow breaths while speaking to me, and she did not seem confused or lightheaded. I advised EMS of the patient update and told Nika I would wait with her until they arrived. EMS arrived and took over care for her. I did not get further information for Nika, and she is not attached. Nothing further. Curtis Whitman, and again, Mackenzie Fosberg. Fucking all right. I'm gonna get Mackenzie Fosberg's records. Doesn't. Who called this? Mobile. The gas station called this in? Can somebody look up 770 North Grand Avenue? Is that the mobile gas station? It is, but this is for something else. Oh my God, they did a raid. I forgot about this. Ready for this? Alex Gordon, Humphreys, Curtis Whitman, Brock Westerman, Fosberg, Joe Kushner, Ryan McNanny, Todd Dow, Padrita, and these were all the people that showed up for the other one. Listen to this. This is a call for at about 5:18 in the morning. Pullman PD was dispatched to a welfare check on a driver at Mobile. Sergeant Gordon responded, but the vehicle had already left. He located the vehicle and attempted a traffic stop. We got to get this call. The vehicle continued. Once stopped, the driver fled the vehicle and went toward a nearby house. Pullman officer believed him to be in the house and set up a perimeter. They requested we respond to assist. That's crazy. Officer Fosberg and I responded and assisted. A subject that remained in the vehicle remained. Oh, Curtis Whitman remained is what he meant. Remained in the vehicle, was taken into custody for warrants. So one of the people ran to the house. The other person just chilled in the car. The subject emerged from the house while we were waiting for additional resources. He was ordered to the ground and handcuffed without incident. WSU units cleared. See the PPD case for additional details. And the reason I did all of this like this, guys, is because Curtis Whitman was supposed to file a report just like this if he is assisting Moscow in doing what? Locating a what? An Elantra. Nothing. This motherfucker, nothing. Why was he called on in the first place? I don't understand why Mobile gas station called on this man. I'm just curious. Oh. Makes no sense. Oh, here we go. This is Fosberg's version of the events at the bathroom incident. I think. Okay. On December 4th, 2022, at approximately 3:10, I responded to Regent Hall in reference to an unconscious female. In reference to. She has to say it like that. In reference to what you weren't. I responded to Regent's Hall in reference to an unconscious female in a bathtub on the third floor. Upon arrival, I located the female and saw the stall door was locked. What? I looked through the space in the door jamb and saw one female sitting in a bathtub full of water, and the water was still running. The female was sitting up, but I could not see her head. I pounded on the stall door and yelled for her attention. The female woke up and I instructed her to, what the fuck? I asked her to get dressed and come talk to me. The female stepped out and identified herself to me as Cassidy. I asked her if she was okay, and she said yes. I explained why I was there. We need to get the body cam. Why I was there, and asked how much alcohol, and asked this girl how much alcohol she had. She said she was intoxicated. I asked multiple questions to determine her ability to care for herself, and she answered all of them correctly. She was not visibly impaired, and I advised dispatch that EMS could cancel. I asked this girl if she felt she wanted EMS to check on her, and she said no. I asked her if she had a roommate, and she said no. Who called? This girl said she lived in room blank, and I escorted her back to her room. This girl thanked me multiple times and apologized multiple times. I explained to her it was good that someone would notice her. What? I explained to this girl it was good that someone would notice her, possibly in danger, and I was happy she was okay. Dude, who? Who noticed this? Who's around? What the hell are they talking about right now? Who noticed this? Who called? Oh, we're going to get those lovely body cams. So that's the part that's different. So like remember how I read the other one? I was like, okay, well, this person is so young. They were born in 04. 04. In 2022, they would have been what, 18? March of 04. Maybe 19. Dude, do you guys know that Curtis Whitman he has not cited anybody yet? He hasn't wrote a ticket. All of that shit that I went through, like 17 to 20, like he wrote up 17 or 19 reports during that span of like working days. Special, man. Okay, so I wanted to show you how Mr. Lawrence Mowry would write a report. So what he did with Brian Colbert, this was wrote on 1/10/2023 for Brian's phone. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to Latah County Prosecutor's Office because guess what? I received a hard drive from SSA Tanzola, which contains a copy of the data extracted from the phone belonging to Colbert. The data is saved on the Seagate 2 terabits external USB drive with serial number blank and is labeled as blah, blah, blah. I applied for and was granted a warrant seeking the evidence from the hard drive. There you go. I began examining the data for any accounts linked to the phone and Colbert with other electronic provider such as Facebook, all this shit. And so then he lists all this. These electronic services providers may be storing data relevant to the investigation, which may have been deleted from the device. I will be requesting assistance from the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to apply for warrants to these companies for any data from accounts related to the following identifiers located in the phone data. Awesome, Lawrence Mowry. You're just fucking awesome. All right. So we come full circle back to Lawrence Mowry, and Lawrence Mowry, none of these people felt that anything that was in the victim's phones could be of use, or we got to stall. And Ann Taylor lost her shit and was like, what is Mowry going to testify to? Maori. Oh, let's see. Atlanta's digging up all the way. Yeah, I'm trying to dig. Where is I'm looking for. I'm gonna have to pull it up. Unless anybody can send it to me really quick. Maori's disclosures. Why the hell? I just had it on all of this crap. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. It was just recently. It was just recently. It's like, you know what? It's probably in my downloads right here. Oh, you guys wanted to talk about the Iwu stuff. I didn't look at anything new that was filed. Mason. I'll be going over Mason in the morning. Great job if Logan's in here getting that. Again, though, like I'm just like, what the fuck? You know? How can we go through anything if it's all just redacted and bastards? Oh wait, yeah, this is that. This is some of this. Yeah, I had printed this out already. Maori, 115 pages, bullshit. Like Detective Maori doesn't even know that there's no Detective Anderson of the Idaho State Police provided Sergeant Van Leuven with a USB drive. No, that's Detective Alderson. You fucking idiot. The phone was to be extracted by Detective Dustin Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department. Detective Mike Van Leeuwen had taken the phone to Dustin Taylor at the computer forensic lab at Coeur d'Alene. I emailed a copy of the warrant. On November 18, 2022, while confirming Detective Taylor received the warrant, I was informed the phone was no longer at Coeur d'Alene Police Department. Idaho State Police Lieutenant Paul Berger picked up the phone from Taylor and delivered it to the Spokane County Sheriff's Office, where investigative analysis Vince Gimeno received it. The data on the phone was forensically extracted at that location. Here, I'll just pull this up. Shit was everywhere. Lana, you're the hardest worker woman in show business now. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hardest worker ever here, man. Who's calling these fucking shots, you guys? Who's calling it? This file needs to be shared. Yeah, share it. I don't know. I just want to pull up this fucker. Let's see. Yes, let's see if I can just do it like this. Remember, this big whole thing is, again, it's all about these phones. It's all about Maori. It's what's going on, what's up. And it's just bullshit. It's all crap. It's trash. Oopsies. Cell phone warrants. 11/17. On November 16th, I applied for and was granted the following warrants. Thanks. Well, we know that you did the tower dumps. Great. We know all that happened. Pertaining to timing advance. Okay. How come he never went and got the Lyft app? Huh? How come he never went and got the Lyft app? Oopsies. The Lyft app isn't important. The Lyft app's very important. He was using both of them. Wait. This is Bates page 140. Page 8. So there's a lot of stuff before this. Look at this. He had to rewrite this, but fucker. Hey, I was given the code. I was provided. When were you provided this 32? On November 13th. When? Who? Where? What? Remember all this stuff? Yeah, blah, blah. Remember, this tells us that, look at, Maori totally went to the house. Where is their video of Maori responding to the 1122 King Road house on November 13th in an attempt to interrogate the wireless router located at this residence? He is going to interrogate the wireless router. I'm totally confused. What are we looking at? This is Detective Maori's supplemental disclosure to be, professional here. I'm going to interrogate this router here. After speaking with Brett Payne, he informed me the wireless router and cable modem were located in the living room on the second floor. When did you arrive there? Because we have all this body-worn camera. I don't see Maori just do. After arrival, I'm just curious what time. I used an Ethernet cable to connect my laptop to the local area network. The router then provided me a laptop with an IP address and a gateway IP, which resolved to the router. They had Spectrum, which prompted to download the Spectrum app and use the account user and password to access the device. I contacted Spectrum technical support and found this was the only way for the client to access the data on the device. Excuse me. I then called the Charter Law Enforcement Response Team and spoke with the representative and tried to ascertain if Charter/Spectrum could retrieve data from the router via their diagnostic portal. After several days and phone calls, I spoke with Tammy Deloach, baby, the manager of the Legal Response Operations Center. Deloach stated her team was working on verifying if the router hardware was able to be accessed. On November 17th, I again called Charter and left a voicemail. Deloach returned my phone call and said that her technicians were able to access and download the data from the router. However, the did not preserve the correct time frame specified in my request. I was told she would have her technicians retry and preserve the data. On November 17th, I again called. So I again called, like, what? And left voicemails for Deloach. I received a call back. What? And November. Wait, hold on. I received a call back. Okay. We're able to retrieve data for the time period of September 14th to November 7th and November 11th to November 14th. Just so in like November 7th through 11th, not there. Interesting. I was informed there was a problem with their cloud services, and that resulted in the data loss for November 8th through 10th. Thank you. I'll just be, applying for that warrant. Let me get that. So from my training experience, I know wireless routers allow wireless devices, phones, tablets, laptops, that are to connect to them for access to the internet. Yeah. During this process, after a device has successfully connected to the wireless router, a log of this connection and the specific MAC address. Yes. These devices would have to be in close proximity. Yes, exactly. For the witnesses. I mean, how about for the survivors? And how about for the deceased? Right here. This is what I've been talking about. Like, okay, so what do we got? These devices would have to be in close proximity of the router to show on the MAC address line. No shit. Woo! Unless they had their location services turned off, unless they had that Wi-Fi button clicked off, then it would not show when they ever, I guess, got on the Wi-Fi. But that would be, why would they ever do that? So the data previously stored on the wireless router located at 1122 King Road and preserved by Charter may show individual MAC. Perfect. If the suspect had previously connected to the wireless router, how about this could provide evidence of when a device was in close proximity of the router on the night Madison, Kaylee. Well, how about can we get when they came home? We can't even get that. I requested the assistance of the Latesville County Prosecutor's Office in applying for the warrant. Woo-wee. So difficult. I don't understand. On November 21st, I was granted a warrant for the data preserved by Charter. On November 22nd, I received an email from McNeil stating the files were ready. Woo! All right. What do we got? I completed the warrant return. All right. Well, what do you got? Look at this. Look at this. He wrote that on November 28th. What do we got? Lawrence. Jack DeCore shit. Okay. Idiots. Dylan. She cried out, Kaylee, then closed the door because she was scared. Dylan said she then opened the door and who thought she was Kaylee, but could have been Xana crying in the bathroom. So if none of this is truly happening, then that's why Bethany actually called Dylan, because she heard Dylan, crying out and bumping into things, and she heard Dylan's voice. That's why she called Dylan. Dylan was asked how long she believed it was from the time Kaylee said someone is here. So when she saw the suspect, Dylan said she thought it was about 10 or 20 minutes. Oh, hot damn. Impossible. Dylan went on to say she was in and out of it and she did not fully remember. Yeah, about that. Dylan said once the suspect left, she immediately called Bethany about that. Do you see? Problem. Huge problem. Nobody understands how big of a problem that is. Dylan said Bethany informed her she heard a sound that sounded like a firework. Yeah. Dylan then said she told Bethany she called everyone and they are not answering. Dylan said she was in and out of it because she believed everyone was asleep. Dylan said she then went to Bethany's room, locked the door, and went to bed. Dylan said she woke up at around 11, 12 and called her roommates and no one answered. The fuck she did. Dylan said she called Hunter. Hunter came to the residence, went upstairs, and told Dylan they needed to call law enforcement immediately. Dylan was asked if there was anything else she wanted to share. Dylan said the noise Bethany described the noise as a loud boom, but Dylan did not hear that. Look at how he quotes her. No, it's been all normal. Nothing weird at all. Nothing really weird happens in Moscow usually. Dylan mentioned again she was with Dylan and Xana at the party. Yep, Dylan and her split personality was with Dylan and look at that right there. Dylan once again told me that she was with Dylan and Xana at the party. Sigma Chi party. Dylan said she could hear Murphy barking a lot around 4. Pretty much at 4. Dylan said she and Bethany remembered Kaylee saw a shadow while she was taking Murphy outside. Okay, Maury. Dylan said Kaylee also mentioned when she was at Winco 2 or 3 weeks prior. Yeah. Dylan said she heard Murphy go outside barking as well. Dylan was unsure if Murphy would chase a suspect outside. Dylan said she did not remember if the suspect who ran left the slider door open. Who ran? She said the person ran. My God, ran out that motherfucker. Okay. There you go. 621 West Taylor Avenue, Hunter Johnson. I cannot believe that they're putting all this shit out here. Jenna McClure. Jenna said she texted Bethany at 11:20 on the morning. Jenna asked Bethany if she was awake. Jenna said Bethany called her back at 11:49. Bethany told Jenna she and Dylan were in Bethany's room. Jenna said Bethany was freaked out because her roommates were not answering the phone. Jenna said Bethany was freaked out. Jenna said she heard Dylan on the phone in the background saying, "I saw something." Jenna said Bethany asked her to come over to 1122 King Road and pick her up. Jenna said Bethany texted her while she was driving there and said Emily and Hunter were on the way as well. What? Jenna said as she arrived, MPD units were arriving as well. Jenna said that she did not go to the Sigma Chi party. Here we go. I need that part. But went to a different one instead. Jenna said Bethany and Dylan came to this other party after she left Sigma Chi. What? I mean, after they? Jenna estimated Dylan left her party at 12:30. Yes. And Bethany left her party at about 1. What do you mean her party? Fuck. She was having her own party? No, but Jenna did not go to the Sigma Chi party. Jenna said she was in sorority with Dylan, Lake, Bethany, and Xana. Jenna said Xana and Maddie were both Pi Phi, but dropped out. Kaylee was, but dropped out as well. Jenna suspected they girls dropped their respective sororities because of issues with other girls in the houses. And nobody has any questions about that. Jenna specifically cited girls on the executive board who tell other members what to do. Jenna suspected this was what they did not like. Jenna confirmed she, Lake, Bethany, and Dylan were still active members in, yes. Jenna said the girls who were still active members of the sorority who chose to not live in the house did so because of money issues. Interesting. Jenna said Maddie was Bethany's big sister in the sorority house. Jenna said she knew Kaylee saw a dark figure staring at her from the tree line when she took her dog Murphy out to pee. Jenna said this occurred about a month ago at 1122 King Road. Jenna said there has been light-hearted talk and jokes made about a stalker in the past. Jenna said all the girls were slightly nervous. What? About it being a fact, though. Jenna did not indicate any social media issues or issues between the girls who lived together. Jenna said there was no issues with girls from the Pi Phi sorority and the residents. What? You just said that there was issues. Jenna said the front door had issues with locking. Mm-hmm. Jenna said she was unsure if the residents kept the back saying, okay. Now back. Josie's on a vacation. Lyndon said he went to sleep at 8 at Josie's apartment on Taylor. Lyndon said he woke up around 2 or 3. Lyndon said he, Josie, and Emily were up talking in the living room of the apartment until about 5 a.m. When it indicated Hunter was present but not awake during this time. Lyndon said Lyndon said they all went to bed at this time and woke up again around what he thought was 9. Lyndon said Hunter and Emily came into the room where he and Josie Josie were. Lennon said Dylan had called Emily around 10 and sounded scared. What's the Snapchat look like at 10? Does anybody know what the Snapchat looks like for Dylan at 10? I just don't have my shit in front of me. I think that call would have been over like FaceTime or some shit. Lennon said Dylan told Emily someone had been in her house last night. Lennon said Dylan and Bethany ran downstairs and locked themselves in a room. Lennon said Dylan informed them she did this because of her seeing someone in the house, and Dylan could only see his nose and his chin. That's here. I mean, that's just like. Lennon said Dylan was freaking out and wanted them to come over to 1122 King Road. Lennon said he walked with Emily and Josie to 1122 King Road from Josie's apartment on Taylor, where all the blood is. Lennon said Dylan and Bethany walked out of the house crying. Oh my God, how are they crying already? Lennon said Hunter arrived to the residence first because he left before them. Lennon said he went into the downstairs door and Hunter told him not to come up the stairs. Lennon said he did not know Ethan very well. Lennon said he did not recall any talk between Xana and Josie about boy issues. Lennon said he did not see anything on social media. Lennon recalled an incident from about a month prior where Dylan said there was a guy stalking her. Oh, that's awesome. Lennon said he did not hear anything from the night prior. My interview was video recorded. Okay, great, awesome. Look at, see, Jack Decor, fucking. Okay. I'm gonna stop here. This is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. We're moving in the right direction, okay, guys? We are moving in the right direction, which is, hey, don't use the radios, don't make reports. We can't have anything on the record. Why? Well, we will have Tanego's tons of his shit. We're gonna have the girl that had the SUV that they say like petted her cat, took care of her cats, left in the middle of the night, that type of shit. I think I've located her. I'm gonna call. I'm gonna see if she'll do an interview. I really want to ask her some questions. I think the day is coming closer and closer where Bethany and Dylan are gonna break their silence. So, and I do not think they're gonna be doing it on YouTube or anything like that. Crime Will Tell says you are moving in the right direction. We're following. Thank you, Anna. Well, thank you for following. We'll see. TNT is one piece away in getting the whole truth in this case. I think we're on it. I think that I just couldn't imagine being a cop and someone tells me that they don't know when Ethan and Xana were home, got home, and that wouldn't be like on my mind to figure out like when did Ethan and Xana get home. I mean, you have Xana ordering DoorDash. You have a DoorDash order coming. You have all the makings of a stretch how long they're alive. What is up, Rex? Rex, you rock, Tina, rocking it. Rock. Silent G, what's good in the hood? Have you guys been watching all the new stuff with Marilyn Monroe? Bella's been covering Marilyn Monroe since Nam. She could tell you everything about Marilyn Monroe. She thinks that Marilyn Monroe was stuff was inserted in her booty to kill her. You guys know that? They did a crime scene reenactment of Marilyn Monroe's stage suicide. They just used all of this new technology to recreate Marilyn Monroe's suicide. It's all a bunch of crap. Marilyn Monroe was totally fucking murdered, okay? But Bella's been calling this, like, can tell you exactly what happened. And it's just so crazy to see what's happening right now. And it's like just calling out all this shit that Bella's been saying for years. Yeah, it's pretty. I'll cover it if you guys want to cover it. I'll also cover. I've been following like quietly along because it's been really, really interesting. What happened to that Elena woman? Like, wow. Who else? We got some stuff coming out tomorrow. I'm gonna Shanna Gardner case, Michael McKee case. Everything's been totally quiet. I think they're going to keep Michael McKee out of the courtroom, Diane Menashe is, for as long as she can. Let's see. I'm waiting for the judge to rule on in Shanna Gardner's case because I'm going to show you guys a bunch of stuff with like the in the Shanna Gardner case, I'm going to show you how the prosecutors changed a woman's narrative of events of what she saw. And Stifler had a meeting with the woman, didn't record it, didn't do shit, and now this woman from the night of the murder of Jared Bridegan never said that she saw a black person. Never once. A year would go by and some change. Maybe not a year. Maybe, no, not with that. I can't remember. Is it a year? Anyways, it's crazy in this case that what they were able to do. And, oh, wait, we just didn't record that. So we have a recorded statement where this woman is just adding to her testimony to say, yeah, I saw a black man. It's like, so I want to show you guys all the stuff with this, with the Bridegan case. And I worked the whole crime scene. So I'm going to put it all up and I have a map and I'm going to show you all the different witnesses, where they live, what they're going to be testifying to, and where the huge problems are in that case. What else is going on? Oh, I'm going to put out some more information on Sheldon's case, some stuff that I found, some stuff that I know that the police knew at the time. I'm going to show you this timeline of when the killing happened and based on trial testimony and interviews. I want to go over with you guys this timeline to show when somebody was coming home from work that late night, the way that they came home, they would have had to either pass, Sheldon or Pugh, like if he was walking, or if anything was, if you're coming up the hill and there's no body in the middle of the road yet, okay, like the event didn't take place. But when the girl gets up to the top of the hill and goes to her house, it's Carlicia's mom. If you guys follow my case with that. Well, Carlicia's mom says that she also didn't see Sheldon's vehicle, didn't see Sheldon or Tyreek Pugh. Didn't hear gunshots, didn't hear shit. Okay. So if you're coming up Keel Street and the body isn't in the middle of the road yet, right? And it's like, well, what time was that? What's the timestamp of that? And it's going to be mind blowing when I show you guys this. When you want to talk about, like, where's Sheldon? He was dropping off the gal the second time. And if you go off of her statements, because we have her coming up the hill, we have the cameras catch the vehicle. She thinks that she gets home at a completely different time. Then she's like, oh, really? That's what time it was? She's like, I get work out at this time. I leave right away. And this is how long it takes me. Like, I know, like, I get home like clockwork. Like, and that's why I'm like, I want to fight this whole thing with this camera and what time stamp that they are saying that they're just moving a timestamp of a clock to 27. It's 27 minutes slow or 27 minutes fast, whatever the fuck it was. It's like, where are you getting this from? Because that's not what the DVR says. And it's coming from a man that's saying, oh, right before the cops wanted my camera, I just changed the time. I messed with the time and I changed it back to the right time. But before I did it, it wasn't accurate. I'm like, what? Like, where's that testimony at trial? How are we just, what the fuck is going on here? Okay. Sheldon Jeter is in fucking prison. And a woman who was the neighbor of Rachel Del Tondo was on the jury. She asked for immunity. This, just like Alec Murdoch, he's getting all these people are getting new trials. Sheldon's case is the same situation here. This is jury fucking misconduct. This is completely crazy. And his gets denied, and all these other people are having new trials. Like, what the fuck? How? How is this happening? Well, we need eyes on it. We need to be vocal about it, right? And I want to know why people are saying not to do that in Aliquippa. Why potentially lawyers are trying to say don't do that. Like, you need to scream this from the rooftops. I've been trying to scream it from the rooftops. I can prove all of the shit. I can prove the chain of custody. They never had the two cousins camera. They had no idea. They were never in that building. They had no idea what cars were coming and going at all hours of the night. And when they went over to give a police a death notice, it's all crazy. All of it's crazy. Sheldon Jeter was framed so that they could then pin the Rachel Del Tondo case on him, which they have not arrested him for yet. And I think, thank God to my reporting, they're never going to. But it's just, like, this is crazy. Whoever is telling Sheldon Jeter Jr. and his family, or who's ever saying, like, not to be blasting this from the rooftops, I'm sorry, is giving horrible advice. This needs to be blasted from the rooftops. There are racist judges in Beaver County. That town's racist. There are people covering for police officers in Aliquippa and in the Pennsylvania State Police Department. And this is culture. Okay? This is, people are covering for people because everybody owes people fucking favors because they're a bunch of fucking pigs. They're disgusting. They're racist fucking people, okay? And this shit needs to be exposed. And I got to listen to a fucking Turtle Boy cry about being the subject to fucking, dude, nobody framed you. You recorded yourself doing whatever the fuck you want to do. Nobody framed you. You don't get to go and be a Michael Proctor. Just because Michael Proctor is a piece of shit doesn't give you the right to go be a piece of fucking shit. But so just to see this shit, I just laugh. I laugh at what is happening right now. Michael Proctor he's a fucking criminal with a badge. But what does that have to do with Turtle Boy and him being You don't fight corruption with dirty hands. And that's what they chose to do. And so you're going to have to deal with those consequences or hope for jury nullification because Aiden Carney is guilty based off of the witness intimidation statutes, based off of all that shit. And then I look at Sheldon's case. Becky Hill, what Becky Hill did is like, how could the neighbor of Rachel Del Tondo, whose husband, estranged husband, was Sheldon's cousin, and who the wife was the juror of that man. They lived next door to Rachel Del Tondo and the husband saw Rachel's shot up 9-bullet body. And it gave him PTSD. He gets like away from the girl. The girl blames Sheldon for their marriage not fucking working out. The neighbor, juror 3, gets on the fucking juror. How does a girl that lives on Buchanan Street, everybody knows Buchanan. That's where Rachel lives. The next door neighbor of Rachel Del Tondo is on Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s. He's on the jury. How the fuck does how does she make it through? Because his lawyers said that their trial strategy was to not bring it up during voir dire. What? That's what voir dire is for. They were like, we don't want to draw attention to these people, any of them that were in the jury pool, to say, hey, have you guys ever heard of Sheldon Jeter Jr.? Have you ever heard of Rachel Del Tondo? Do you know about that murder? Do you have a subscription to the Beaver Countian? What social media are you watching? Literally, I had a conversation with Sheldon's attorneys and they told me this shit. I about fell on the floor. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you need to weed out anybody and everybody that knows anything about Rachel Del Tondo. You need to try to move this trial out of Beaver. And they're like, no, guess what our big plan is? We're just not going to bring it up. I'm like, what? I said, that's not fucking trial strategy. I could not believe what I was told. I said, wait, this is... You need to remove these people from the jury. Yeah, we're not going to ask them anything about them. We don't want to draw attention and we got the other side, the prosecutors, to agree, like, neither one of us are bringing up Rachel Del Tondo. I'm like, what? Well, of course, they're not going to bring up Rachel Del Tondo. They can't bring up Rachel Del Tondo. What the hell's wrong with you? But how is that a good thing? I'm like, no, you need to bring it up and weed these people out of. You need to find out what these people are. The Beaver Countian the Beaver Countian was like the turtle boy for Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s case, in the Rachel Del Tondo case. The Beaver Countian did article after article after article after article, like destroying Sheldon with horrible evidence, with horrible sources. The evidence does not support any of this shit. And you're not going to ask your jury what media they consume? And do they have a membership to the Beaver Countian? Are you, what Facebook groups are you in? Unbelievable. I mean, but this was a lawyer's trial strategy. I said, so your trial strategy is to ignore voir dire and what it's for. That's like that. If that's not the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire existence from a lawyer in a murder, first degree murder case, I have no words. But this needs to come out. This needs to come out. Sheldon's cousin was facing 40 years in federal prison for fentanyl, for distributing and running some ridiculous fentanyl ring. The same person where the gout medicine was dropped off. She hasn't served a goddamn year in prison. She had just cut a deal with the feds, with the Attorney General's office. She pleaded guilty, and they were supposed to sentence her. She hasn't had her sentencing. That happened that happened right before the murder of Tyreek Pugh. This is a double cross. And there's hella fucking evidence to show it. Tyreek Pugh was not killed on that hill. The blood's flowing the opposite way. This is a staged crime scene. I cannot wait to re-show all of this stuff. And now I'm breaking out in all the stuff that I held back for all these years. There's no more holding back. Sheldon's been in prison since 2020. It's 2026. You've had your time. I gave you 6 years. I got involved in 2021. So I gave you 5 years. Now I'm putting it all the fuck out there. All of it. Everything that I've done in that case, it's coming out. I've teamed up with somebody so I can help make these videos that I want to create. And I'm doing my own mini series for the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case. And I am showcasing and putting, with all the evidence from the criminal discovery in Sheldon's case, I am putting it out there. All of it. Whatever the fuck is going on in Beaver County, I'm about to show you guys with this investigation. There was not one time that Sheldon's attorneys met with him, except for to try to get him to take a plea deal. There was not one motion put in for Sheldon to get discovery. You know how many things are so incomplete? Do you know how much Brady material that Nate Bible has to have in that office? Do you know how many FOIA requests we put in and they just completely ignored us? They didn't even write back. They just act like they don't get it. Well, my emails don't lie. I was afraid to show my hands and everything that I had, because I thought that, hey, this needs to be handled here. I'm going to give it to a lawyer and they're going to know what to do. Fuck them. They don't know shit. They can't do shit. They don't want to do shit. Nobody wants to do anything. We try to call people. Hey, I've done all the fucking work. All of it's done for you. I need you to take an hour out of your day to listen and to see this material and look at this shit. And you know people. So it's like when you want to help somebody that's truly innocent and you want to fight corruption, here's your opportunity. Nobody's going to take this opportunity. Are you insane? It's all the work is done. And I can't get an attorney. Like, you don't have to do much. I got you the experts. Literally, you don't have to do much. There is new evidence. There is new evidence that exists that prove so much shit. I want to know. So what I try to do is I tried to see who I want to know who cut the checks for Santa Cola. Who the fuck paid Santa Cola? Who signed these checks and paid Santa Cola? Sheldon should have had a public defender. Sheldon didn't have any experts. None testified for him. He did not contest anything. They didn't contest shit. You want to know why? Because they didn't have any money. Or, again, somebody acted like they wanted to help Sheldon, but really they weren't helping. And it was like, you're going to toss this case. That's what it looks like. But I will tell you this. You cannot sit here and tell me that on the night of Tyreek Pugh's murder, that they need to go up to the hill to give gout medicine to Carlicia's mom's husband. They go and they do it. Sheldon leaves, calls her and lets her know, hey, I left it up there on the top. Carlicia's like, you're supposed to call when you got up here. Why? What the fuck's the difference? I'm just dropping this off. Well, now they have to figure out a way to get Sheldon back up to the hill because shit was supposed to happen. But he didn't let Carlicia know, and the plan didn't get to take off because Sheldon literally dropped it, got in the car, and left. And then I said, well, I looked at the phone records, and I said, wait a second. How did Sheldon, where is there a phone call summoning Sheldon back up to that hill? Look at the phone records. There's no calls here. There's no calls to Sheldon. There's no text messages to Sheldon. Who the fuck showed up at that house or called Tyreek Pugh or called the landline to get Sheldon to go back the fuck up there a second time? I said, find out who did that. And we're going to find out who's involved. Because I went through all of his shit. Sheldon did not get a call. Carlicia didn't call Sheldon and say, hey, you didn't give me enough gout for my, or you gave me the wrong pill. This isn't the right medicine. Sheldon was sent the fuck back up there a second time. Why? What happens? Well, then all of a sudden, this happens. Tyreek Pugh walks off. But supposedly, no, Sheldon just goes a different way down the hill. Okay. And he just decides on the way down the hill, he gets into it with Tyreek Pugh, tells Tyreek Pugh to get out of the car and let me just assassinate you and shoot you 6 times in the head in the middle of the fucking road. Are you people kidding me? And then he just drove away, followed the speed limit, and went down Franklin and was seen on every single light possible. And then the house right across the street from where he lives, they have a camera. And it catches him, returning without Tyreek Pugh and going in the house. Not running in, not freaking out. Just goes in. Wow. So Sheldon Jeter Jr. picks up shell casings during the Rachel Altondo homicide, or at least gets rid of the gun. The gun's never found. That happens 2 years before. He knows how to handle a murder scene, but then here he decides, I'm going to kill Tyreek Pugh for no reason. There's no motive, no nothing. They have never said there is nothing. Money, nothing. Sheldon had plenty of money. He had his own shit. He paid for everybody in his family. He supported his family. Literally supported his family. Bought his little brother diapers, bought milk, bought his sister shit, his mom, everybody. He took care of everybody. Sheldon had the job. Sheldon went to work. Sheldon came home. Sheldon was working on church shit that night. It was COVID. He was texting with his sister about she wanted to do something with makeup and blah, blah, blah. He's talking with her. He wanted to go into the academy and be a police officer. So I pull off make Pugh get in the middle of the street and just shoot him. But meanwhile, the blood's not flowing the right way down. Gravity doesn't send blood this way over your nose. It goes down like this if you're laying on a hill. The shell casings are scattered everywhere. None of it makes sense. And the most important thing that doesn't make sense is that, boom, Sheldon's at home. Then all of a sudden the cops show up. And they try to say, oh, yeah, we went into two cousins' convenience store right over there, and we reviewed all this camera footage. And we saw when the 911 caller came up with a van, right before that, we were able to break down and blah, blah, blah. And so we have this little window, and there is a Traverse, or it looks like a black SUV. Oh, look at you have one just sitting right here in your driveway. Meanwhile, this is the kicker. I go to them and I say, hey, they did not have that video footage yet. When they went to his house at 3:30 in the morning, they hadn't reviewed that footage. How do they know that? How do they know that there would be a black SUV on that camera? Because they did not look at the video. They did not get their hands on that video until the following day at 1:52. Lana, how do you know that? Because I went to the chain of custody. There was no witness that hey, I got to call the guy that owns this place because it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and we need him to come and unlock his, store that's all locked up because it's in the ghetto and it's bad and it's also COVID. We need you to come down and let us in so we can view all your cameras. There's nobody that testified to that shit. That's not on the radio. There's nobody sending anybody to go to two cousins and start looking at surveillance cameras. There's no screenshots of anything like when you're seeing the video or something like that. I'm like, the only way that you fucking know this is because you were there, is because you knew what the plan was, is because you knew that he would be on that camera. For you to be able to say what you did and write all this shit in. But guess what? You still didn't have a search warrant. And so y'all left. And so you're going to sit here and tell me that Sheldon stayed in the house until 5 o'clock with a gun and all this ammo that he just shot somebody up with? And he's just like, let me just sleep with the fucking murder weapon? You got to be shitting me right now. And let me just put it underneath my bed. And even though the cops just came here and they left, and they're probably going to come back because he did all that shit with the Rachel Del Tondo case, that search warrants to go through and get all your shit, right? So Sheldon's not going to try to get rid of his gun that he just bought 6 weeks ago to practice at the range, again, to go into the academy. He got a gun 6 weeks ago. He's never owned a gun. So he gets a gun for the first time. And truly, was it for Sheldon or was it for a family member that couldn't get guns because they're a fucking felon? Don't even get me started, because I am not protecting anybody. If you were involved with double crossing and killing Tyreek Pugh, you're going to pay for it. You should pay for it. Sheldon did not kill Tyreek Pugh. And so many people know it. And y'all are pussy ass bitches and won't fucking say it and come forward. But that's fine. I don't need you to, because science matters. Timelines matter. Digital evidence matters. Pattern of life matters. Blood spatter matters. Gravity matters. Science underneath. It was wet that night. And if the witness was there before the police were there, their car should actually not be wet underneath. The cop car, though, it's fucking dry as a bone. The rain came after Tyreek Pugh was shot and killed. So if the cop came after the whole shooting, shouldn't the cop car have, water, like pavement should be like the water all over the pavement? So when the cop car comes, it should be all wet underneath. Well, guess what? That cop car is dry as a motherfucker underneath that car. Also, one of the cops that was not on duty that night, he happens to be the second responding person there. He lives 15 minutes away. And the gunshot, he was there within less than 2 minutes. How's that possible in his stupid little fucking rig that's not even a cop car, because he was not working. He was not radioed in, nothing. Why is he there? How did he get there? What's he doing? And I'm able to place a car that his family and him own coming up right before the shooting. So you want to fuck around? Let's fuck around. Because all the circumstantial and the physical evidence points away from Sheldon Jeter Jr. and points to a complete and so obvious frame job. Like, so obvious. But I believe that it includes family. I believe that somebody conspired with the police. Then they got Sheldon up on that hill. And then they did the unthinkable. Carlisha Williams was facing 40 years in federal prison. Hasn't served a fucking day. It's 2026. How does that happen? How does Carlisha Williams, who pleads guilty to being involved in running a fentanyl ring overseas, mailing shit through our U.S. Postal Service system, and putting the shit in little trap houses to come and pick it up and shit like that, and delivering it and all this crap? You got to be kidding me, right? That person has not served a single day in prison? Nope. She hasn't even been sentenced, nothing. They cut a deal and there hasn't been a sentencing. And that was in 2021. It's 2026. You're telling me this is Rachel Del Tondo, pretty teacher, beautiful girl, gunned down and murdered on Mother's Day in her fucking driveway. She just got out of a cop's daughter's car right before she was shot. Right before the cop's daughter told her to go for a walk on the sidewalk, she was shot 9 times in the back. That's a hit. That's not a crime of passion. You don't shoot somebody in the fucking back. And the prosecutor kept that all from the public. Who put that out there? Me. I found the juror. I've been just double scooping Aliquippa. I've been double scooping Beaver. Double scooping Idaho. The Drake case. Solved the shit out of that one. Sheldon's case, I believe I solved. The Idaho4 case. Don't know if it's ever going to be solved because I think I don't have the ability to test shit. But the lies, I'm proving a lot of the lies. I'm proving the inconsistencies. We're trying to find out where they stem from, though. But we can't get a lawyer. We can't get a lawyer to take on Sheldon's case out of Pennsylvania. God, talk about, this is a winning case. Winning case. Like right now, corruption is so, it's everywhere and it's being exposed. In this case, it has it all. And if you pull back the layers a little bit more, I believe that you're going to find some stuff that have to do with Rachel Del Tondo. Rachel Del Tondo was scared of the police. That's who Rachel Del Tondo said she was scared of. Rachel Del Tondo said that she was scared of the police and of Frank Atropa. She's never once said that she was afraid of Sheldon Jeter Jr. Never once. So let me get this straight. Sheldon knows how to commit a murder and get away with it in 2018 on Mother's Day. But 2020, he's like, I'm going to do everything opposite. Sleep with the murder weapon. Have all this. And this is just shock everybody. The gun was underneath the mattress. Underneath the mattress where Sheldon went to bed every single night. He took the gun and he supposedly allegedly put it and tucked it underneath his mattress. Well, I said, why didn't they take the mattress to test for gunpowder residue? Anything like that would come. First of all, they shouldn't be doing those tests anymore. They're so fucking bad. But they said that Sheldon's vehicle tested positive for having the particles on the steering wheel. I said, who gives a fuck? I said, you're going to be able to put a cop in that car. That's the last person that drove that car. A cop. An Aliquippa police officer by the name of Alex Bitts drove that car. Guess what car he drove before he got into Sheldon's SUV to move it into not get a tow truck right away. I'm just going to drive it to the barracks myself. Who does that? That's not protocol. That should have been suppressed. How does that not get suppressed? Then they go to take photos. There's a blanket in the car. They didn't put a blanket in the car before that cop got in because we have the cameras all over. But get this, that same cop that got in to drive Sheldon's SUV away from his grandfather's house where he lives, because he said, you can have whatever you want. You don't need a search warrant. Take whatever. Who the fuck does that? Nobody should ever be doing that. But that's what Sheldon, yeah. Here's my phone. Here's what. He just gave them everything. Gave them everything. They knew that Sheldon had a lawyer from the Rachel Altano case. But Alex Bix, who got into the vehicle to drive it away, and then it broke down, he said, and then that's when he had to call Junix towing. He was halfway to the barracks or wherever, not probably halfway, but prior to driving Sheldon's vehicle, SUV, Alex Bix is the police officer whose trooper had the dry spot underneath the car. Number one, he's a cop, so you're firing your service. I mean, are you like what, going into the range or anything? But the most important part was when he got to the crime scene, he asks the guy that had the van, "Hey, can I move your van out of the yellow tape?" What? You don't do that. You don't move items out of a crime scene. Can you imagine if in the Idaho4 case, people were getting into those cars and saying, "Hey, I just need to move these out so I can take better pictures or something." This Alex Spitz piece of shit got into the vehicle, the van, and drove it out of the crime scene before the photos started, be taken. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, hello. They need that fucking van out of the picture because that's not the van that they have that's coming up the hill. They needed to move it out because it's not going to match. And sure as shit was I right. It was a Town and Chrysler with the one, because the one guy who wasn't in on it, he writes, this was the make and model of the vehicle that was inside the tape. Then it was moved. And it was, you guys, there's a difference between a Dodge and a Town and Chrysler, okay? There's a big difference when you want to talk about cars. And it's like saying, a Ford Fusion is the same thing as a Honda Elantra. They're just not the same car. They look alike, but they're not. And so this cop moves the vehicle out. Then they start photographing. And you see like this big white area, which is not really white. It's just dry because the pavement's all dark. And you see where the van was. And I said, what the fuck was the van? Why was the van up here? Tyree Pugh's body's over here though. And you came up the hill this way. Like you should be. And so what it exactly looks like is that I was like, which way was this van truly facing? What the hell's going on here? But we don't have any of that because they moved the van. But guess who moved the van? None other than Alex Spitz. Then guess what car? So he's in the van and this is what I believe is the person that was involved in Tyreek Pugh's killing, because there's multiple people. One of the people that was driving this van, so their hands are on that steering wheel. You guys remember the old school vans? If you were to lay back, it didn't have like a headrest. They were just like straight across. The way that Tyreek Pugh's head was shot and the way that the blood was flowing, it was like his head was tilting back on a rest that had to go way back far enough. And the blood then, that's what made the blood go over his nose and towards his scalp this way. If you're laying on a hill like this, your blood comes flowing out your nose. Okay, like this. It doesn't go up and back around you. You have to have your head tilted back. It has to be in a way that it's concocted enough that it's going to send because of gravity. And that's really consistent with the old school vans. I believe that Pugh was transported down there and then somebody stood over him once they laid his body and sprawled it out and then put 2 shots in the middle of his head. Tyreek, he was a big boy. You ain't moving him with one person. Shit, you're not even probably moving him with two. Judge Tesla denied Sheldon Jr. getting a new trial because he said that the evidence was overwhelming. And do you want to know what he cited as overwhelming? The particles that were at in Sheldon's vehicle on his steering wheel, the particles. And I said, you got to be shitting me. The reason that the particles were there is because Alex Bitts drove his car. Before he drove that SUV, Alex Bitts moved the vehicle, the van that was in the middle of the, what do you call it? In the middle of the street. He moved that van. He then moved Sheldon's. And he's also a cop that was there within 30 seconds of 911 being called. And the 911 caller wasn't over the body yet. So when you take all of that into, it's just like, wait a second. They basically called before. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like, doesn't it? The 911 caller can be traced, located back to Baden. He wasn't standing over no fucking body. And you're telling me no one wants to take on this case? Sheldon's attorneys didn't do one supplemental discovery. Lana, how'd you figure all this out? Well, I got the entire discovery, unredacted. And I put it all together with so much more that's available out there that I think would be Brady. It's a Brady violation because it has to exist or it was buried. And I could explain more once I'm showing you stuff that you're seeing and like actually looking at it. And you're like, yeah, anybody would have been requesting this and you wouldn't even need to request it because they have to turn it over. And stuff like that. That's just like, God. So I cover cases like that, I have to say, in my spare time. But I can't be out here talking about cases like that because nobody wants to show up for that. So I have to do that on my own time, talk about the current event cases because I have to pay my bills. But guess what? My time goes to people that nobody's fighting for out there. But hey, guess what? It's all here. Put it all together. Here you go. Now I can't get a lawyer. I can't get a fucking attorney who says that they became an attorney for all these fucking reasons. Bullshit. Go fuck yourself. I think that every so many years, an attorney should take on a case like this. That's a criminal defense attorney. Otherwise, you ain't shit. You can't ever sit here and say that you ever fucking took on anything. These are the cases that you like live to be a lawyer for. Otherwise, you're just like you're like the person that became a lawyer because you thought you could make money. You make no sense. None. Do you know not one person? Because I say, hey, prove me wrong. Prove me fucking wrong. Take my work and show me how fucking wrong I am. I'm still waiting. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me this case file is, tell me I missed, oh, hey, Lana, guess what? This, yeah, no. It's not there. I'm confident in my work. Here, take it. Give it to whoever the fuck you want. Shred it. Do whatever. Let me know. I'm waiting. I've been waiting since 2021. I put this shit together in 9 to 13 months. I put the juror together in 2 weeks. No help. None. I couldn't get any help. I couldn't get any FOIAs. Do you understand that I put in public requests through nothing? I did this all off of what was in Sheldon's hands, which was absolutely nothing. Santa Cola shouldn't have a job. That black dude McKinney out of, I don't know if it's Pittsburgh, I don't know where the fuck he's from, Philly. He shouldn't have a job. None of these people should have jobs. None of them. And the people that say that they're friends or the family or their family to Sheldon, fuck them too. This wasn't black on black crime. This was corruption. Peace, peace. Peace, peace. 20 minutes. The United States is playing. Go enjoy. Moderators, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. We'll see you on the next one. You guys all rock. Turtle Boy's a fucking joke. Corruption my ass. Framed my ass. That motherfucker doesn't. He shouldn't even be able to say those words. Go walk a day in the shoes of the people that are in prison, have been there for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years, that have been framed. Cocksucker. Get used to it. Chef's kiss.